I'm back, yo. Failed mission to sneak the pie and to do my time and finish dinner. Very unhealthy here, ladies and gentlemen. No way to sugarcoat this for you. ADL glitch that they're talking about was 1010. Right? That was our auto deleveraging. That was our big auto deleveraging moment. But this flag is really nasty. You don't want this to break if you haven't defended yourself. I don't know if you were around, Landis, when right after 1010, when the rumor started going around that Wintermute was going to sue Binance. And Wintermute is one of their market makers. Was going to sue Binance for that auto deleveraging glitch, quote unquote. Which then they ran back and said, no, 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 we didn't lose a bunch of money. We're straight. I said it when it happened. When that happened, the feeling that I got was that some liquidity provider or some exchange blew up because of it and has been keeping it quiet this whole time. Like trying to save themselves, basically.
What's crazy is that the market makers, I mean, they did end up losing on 1010, like some money. A lot
Oh
of
yeah,
them
they
had to
lost. Of
had
course they
to.
lost. They lost and they ran for the hills. Them running for the hills was made it what made it bad. Because at
Since right
some
now, so
point
everyone,
you have a responsibility to your company, right? If price keeps dropping and you cannot stop it from dropping, then you need to sell.
so they're saying the solution was so simple to 1010 that all that was needed, and they still don't know, like, like Tom Lee guy, he's like, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not saying names. He wouldn't say Binance, of course. He wouldn't
I'll
say
point the
CZ.
fingers.
Yeah, I feel you. And so the solution was Binance, they had a bubble. They were isolated. Their APIs for their stablecoin were isolated.
Yeah.
If their APIs would extend it to the other exchanges and to like their own coin geckos and their own, their own infrastructure, it would have solved the problem. Like there wouldn't have been all those licks. It wouldn't have cascaded.
There wouldn't have been an
1010
empty
wouldn't have
book.
happened.
There wouldn't have been an
Exactly.
empty book. Their book is so small because it's private.
And everyone's scratching their head, just like, why did they? Because there were APIs that
No,
would
I'll tell you
cross.
the I'll tell you the screwed up part about it. The screwed up part about it is 10 days before. So it was meant to be fixed on the 14th of October, right? Why did they announce it 10 days before? Oh, we found some vulnerabilities with only being on one market maker. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna expand to a more standard exchange wise book for our leverage, but it's not gonna happen till the 14th. And then on the 10th, somebody exploited it. A lot of things could have been
Yeah,
done. They could have shut the hell up, fixed it, and then announced, "Hey, by the way, guys, we had this
that
exploit,
announcement.
and
Yeah, that
now it's
announcement's
fixed."
weird. That's weird.
It was almost like one more nod at the Bears, like, "Look, I know you guys have been low key taking advantage of this. You have one last time to hit it." Maybe they didn't expect their stable to depeg and cause all those, whatever. I don't know. It could have been a plan that
Tell
got
me.
away from them. You know what I mean?
And he was saying that blowback's usually about 6 weeks. He was trying to compare it to something that happened in 2022. I forget what he said, but he was like, yeah, the blowback from all the market makers recovering slowly because they have to sell some of
Celsius,
their, yeah.
FTX happened right at
Oh, that was
FTX
it.
was like the
Yeah,
blowback.
yeah.
Their weakness came from that blowback. Obviously, they got screwed because of their own shit, but
Mm,
if Celsius and Luna hadn't crashed, then the markets wouldn't have been so bad and the liquidity wouldn't have been so bad on FTX that they would have had to go for help to CZ. And CZ wouldn't
yeah,
have gotten all their information and blew the whistle. You know what I mean? It's like a
yeah.
cascading effect.
Yep. The interviewer was asking, he was like, why? He's like, this happened in October 10th. Like, why is this happening now? He's like, well, we're only 4 weeks into it, so expect, we might have 2 more weeks of some weirdness happening or something like that. But I don't care. I'm still in. I didn't sell anything.
Martiki alts aren't getting slaughtered because dominance has been on a really good downtrend, a really strong downtrend. I'm just worried that when it recovers, we're at a double bottom right now for the most part for dominance. I'm just worried about a pop up on dominance while Bitcoin does something like this because the alts will follow pretty quickly. So yeah, I've noticed it too, but don't get too comfortable with alts not reacting when Bitcoin does. All that takes is for Dom to go in the wrong direction. The seller exhaustion on the alts, right? Pretty much anybody that's wanted to get out has already gotten rid of some shit.
Yeah, Bitcoin's testing that support again. Spooky.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I guess we can call this an anomaly. Everything happening
You
since like
guys want to look at
10.
my bad, go ahead.
I was just saying we could look at this as an anomaly. I guess everything since 10:10.
There'll be an asterisk next to
An anomaly?
An anomaly.
If only I could take that escape plan and blame an anomaly for my performance here.
You blame whoever you want, Zusi.
Blame
It's not an
Elon.
anomaly. Oh, come on.
Yeah. Well, that's
No,
just
1010
change.
happens all the time. He's right. It's not an anomaly. It's happened at least.
Uh,
It's happened at least 0 other times in the history of our.
it happens every 4 years. We had 1010 last time
Not
too.
like that though.
But
Zusi just be chatting, bro.
we had exactly 1010 last time too.
Exactly, huh?
Yeah. 4th of December 2021. That's your 1010. It's the same candle. 4th of December 2021. That's your 1010. You're still in an uptrend. It's a
I
double
guess you're right
bottom.
about that, Craze. So you said 1010 happens every year. Technically, yes. Or correct.
There's a 1010 at the top of every bull run. It's what breaks sentiment and
There's a
creates a
1010
downtrend.
every 10th day of October.
Seemed like the one you're talking about, Zusi, though. There was a little
It was bigger.
precursors, heads up. Yeah, what's that?
It was bigger last time than this time on
Yeah, bigger,
Bitcoin.
but there was a lot of more moving parts than just an API on a stable coin not reaching outside exchanges.
I don't remember what the story was, but we were blaming
Because this
something
happened
like
out of
that too.
nowhere.
You
Everybody
don't
was just
remember what the
hanging.
story was, but you come in with so much conviction that it's the same as what's happened before.
But technically, it is. Yeah, it was worse.
Technically,
even
it
was
isn't.
down 22%
It's
down.
different.
Can't say shit like technically it is. Like that's the wildest shit to say ever. It felt like it, maybe.
No, I mean,
It was a liquidity sweep, maybe. It might have affected sentiment the same, but technically it was not the same. Technically it was very, very different.
oh, you mean the technicals behind the drop? I don't know. Price
Words
dropped
have meaning,
20% and
Zeusy. You
recovered.
can't just say stuff. Yes,
Yeah,
technically it
technically
was
nothing's
different.
the
TA
same.
wise, TA wise, it was the same. By technical, I mean TA. Actually, it was worse. It was worse than 1010. And
Well,
you
wait, you're
only
talking about for
recovered.
Bitcoin though, Zusi. What about for the alts?
But odds were actually they were bigger back then than today.
85.8 was our last spider line here, guys. Underneath that, you're looking at your high volume node at 83.87, and then you don't want to know the number underneath it. Just worry about those two first.
Damn, we
Is
don't
it
even
below
want to know
75?
No.
like that.
I think it's not below 75, right?
I don't care. I'm getting drunk tonight. I'll be right
No,
back.
it isn't.
No, it's another 5% down. No.
Anybody else want to drink?
Nah, hell no.
You guys are good. All right, I'll be right back.
The heat map does
Or in
look
any
crazy,
case, it is.
man. The liquidity looks crazy too. All liquidity metrics look absolutely insane right now. Yet price keeps going down.
We lack the liquidity provider we had that wanted to mark price up. He's gone. People press sell, it goes down. People press buy, it goes up. It's volatile. There's no the algorithms that stabilize price are set at plus or minus 10%, not at plus or minus 2%. Wider. It's the kind of stuff that happens during downtrends. You get these big wicks down. You know, when Trump pumped Bitcoin to the moon in April, well, in March, we got rejected at 95. You know, you had similar size candles than what's happening currently. The difference is the expectation of recovery isn't there because of the timing, and that's why we don't recover quickly. Same thing had happened 6 months ago. We would have done what we did 6 months ago, most likely. It would have absorbed 1010 and then put a new all-time high.
Yeah, what his thesis is, Khaled, is that market makers got hit really bad during 1010, and them having to refill their books has kept them from being able to provide liquidity which has kept the dip going. And then the dip plus them already being underwater is causing them to have to sell to keep up. We've been talking about it since 1010, guys. We've been saying since that date that there's a body somewhere floating underneath this bullshit that hasn't popped up to the surface just yet, which is scary because you don't know how big that body's going to be.
You think it's an exchange going bankrupt, or?
Probably, I mean, honestly, my first instinct is that it's Wintermute because they would have got hit the hardest. And then there was that rumor of them filing a lawsuit against Binance, and then the guy came out and said, "I would never even consider thinking of filing a lawsuit against Binance," like one of those bullshit sort of responses. So I have a feeling that they've got internal issues they're trying to handle privately.
What exchange would Wintermute going bankrupt impact?
Binance more than anything.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of their market makers. Which is why the charts on Binance being screwed affected them more than other market makers. They caught every nasty wick. You know what I mean? Like think of like market maker that maybe does market making for crypto.com and Bybit, right? Save themselves by those Bybit charts, right? Or some other charts that didn't get hit as bad. But if all of your positions were on Binance order books, then yeah, I can imagine they got hit the hardest.
Bybit got hit harder than Binance on 1010 on some charts. It went lower than Binance, but it was tradable. But some charts went lower than on Binance.
Salud.
I think it was it ETH that went lower? I forgot, but by Bitcoin went lower than on Binance. Yeah, $1,000 lower on Bitcoin. I guess there were more longs to liquidate.
But yeah, man, hats off to anyone that's still swinging after 1010. We got this.
M1, I'm gonna die if you send us a picture one day and you really work in the drive-through at McDonald's, bro. It'd be funny if you got us up on a side screen and you really at the drive-through this whole time.
I wouldn't doubt it. Nothing wrong with that.
Grinding.
Dry powder is dry powder, man. No matter how you make it.
Yeah, stopping volume candle on the type 2 entry, but we're underneath the break of the bear flag, so this could very well just be a retest and a continuation. I didn't announce it because it's a sketchy entry. I took it though.
I'm about to get back to my old ways, start hustling some fake Cartiers and some Rolexes and some
Hey,
Montblancs.
I just saw it was one of these shows I watched. This dude has a watch store in South Beach. I just watched a dude come in there with a super clone and almost get him for like 70 racks.
Yo,
Like they were
I,
just about to cut the check
I have
and
one that will
the
get
dude
someone, I'm
took
telling you.
one last look. He literally opened it up, completely opened it up, took all the mechanism apart and then found that on one side of one of the small gears it wasn't shaved, like they didn't polish it to a crisp. It was like a one rough side on one gear, and that's the only problem he found with the watch. That's scary shit, yo. If you're buying watches on the secondary market, be very
I was
careful.
I was close, man, in Diamond District, and I went to the spot, and I had, I didn't know if it was real or not. I was like, I walked in there, I was like, yo, Cartier. It took him like half an hour, and then he figured out it was fake because the crystal, like the glass over it, if you look at it at an angle, the light's not supposed to bend, not even one bit, if it's a proper Cartier. And if you look at it, like at a 80 or no, like 60-degree angle, and any of the numbers just bend even a little bit, it's fake, and that's how he knew. Like, but it took him such a long time. I was like, yo,
They're
this might
getting
be real.
they're
I didn't know if
getting
it was
they're getting really good, man. Dealers are starting to panic.
back in the day.
Does it matter if the fake is good enough that nobody notices it though?
If not, if
Like
you're
you
not
can take
getting it,
money.
the problem is that watches are investment pieces, right? So if you're buying an investment piece and you know you're planning on either handing it down or you're planning on selling it in 10 years as it appreciates, it matters. If all you want is to impress the person next to you, then probably not. And don't get listen. If you've always wanted the AP Royal Oak Anniversary Edition with the blue dial and the chronograph, and you don't have 400K, and even if you did have it, you couldn't see yourself spending it, then don't go your whole life wanting something you can't have. Just get it. If you think it's a beautiful watch and the watch looks just like the, you know what I mean? But if you're doing it for investment purposes, which is why you should be buying watches if you're buying watches, you're just throwing money away, you know what I mean? The problem isn't the person that buys it fake knowing it's fake, right? Because I think those super clones are probably like 2K, 3K. You're still putting up some money. The problem is the person that buys it for 50 thinking it's real. You know what I mean? Thinking that
It's
he
a
can
scam.
get 75, you know, that he can get 75 in a couple years if he just holds it.
Well, it's a scam
It's a,
if you know that you're holding a fake, but if you don't know you're holding a fake, it's not a scam.
I mean,
if
listen,
the next guy who
it's a
buys doesn't
replica, bro.
realize it's a
People
fake.
have replica Picassos in their home because they know they can never own a Picasso, but they love
Good
the
point,
painting.
touche, touche,
So
touche.
I can't do it because I'm from New York. I just you know like wearing fake shit makes my blood itch. But and I don't mean
I'm
like
so
because I'm
pissed.
from New York and I can only. I mean you would get literally abused verbally for your entire school career if you ever popped
I
in with
wish
like
I
a
was
fake
wearing my
pair of
fake
J's
shit.
or something. You know what I mean?
I got in a little hustle tussle once at this bar, and I wish I was wearing my fake shit because it broke all over the place. It was a Mont
That's another
Blanc.
thing. Now, what I will do is if I have a Richard Mill that's 600 thou, you know, or
Have a
2
backup.
mil,
Yeah,
3
backup
mil,
fake.
4 mil, yeah, I might get a replica of that to wear in public because that shit really should not come out the house. You know what I mean?
That's like your NFT.
Yeah, like seriously. Like, I mean, if you want to troll me, I mean, I'll show it to you. You know what I mean? I'll show you the real one. But if I get stuck up at the light, you know, or something like, yeah, I will hand this shit over in a heartbeat. Yeah, insurance is for that too, but nobody wants to deal with all that shit. Insurance is a bitch. Insurance in Miami too, they always think you're scamming.
Because they're the scammers, so they know the deal.
I mean, it goes down in Miami, bro. Like scammer central. You gotta be careful buying anything.
And to all the young parents out there, though, when you buy your kids like some toys, if they're like trendy ones, buy them two pairs and just don't even let them know you got like another, and just don't even open it and have it somewhere in storage. Save it for like 20 years. You never know. I mean, most of these toys, man, I've been looking like the trendy ones. If you find any trendy toy from like the 80s that's unopened, you're making bank. And like most of the trendy ones, it's like it's not like you got to pick a winner. It's like all of the trendy ones, whether it was like a Cabbage Patch Kid or Strawberry Shortcake Doll or whatever, like, some comic books or some G.I. Joes, Transformers, a Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo's unopened selling for like $1.5 million or something like that. So it's out there, you just gotta be patient. Yeah, buy some Labubus. Keep one on lock.
Everything comes back around eventually, yeah.
I was so heated, man, looking at these BMX bike prices, man. And like my mom, when I left to Europe, she just threw so much of my shit away. And I had like this Kuahara bike. I had like all these bikes in this one little storage area, and she just like gave them away, goodwill them, and all this.
My homeboy
But
that
yeah,
has
man,
the
some of these like,
my homeboy that has that gallery had a collection of old BMX bikes. It was one of the first things he bought
yo,
when he got his money from his
I,
NFTs, and all of them just got stolen.
oh
Yeah, he
man,
had
that's
like
fucking, that's
23 bikes.
terrible. Oh wow, yeah, man, it's like that's like my 80s and 90s bikes, dude. Like BMX, like Haros, GTs, Red Lines, all that.
That's what we do,
Old
right? We
school,
make
man.
money and we buy our youth. Like,
Yep. And I was looking at the prices, man. I was like, what? This Kuahara is selling for 12K and it's like used and abused. It doesn't even look good. I'm like, yo, mine was in better condition than this. I could have probably got 20K for mine, you know?
no. Yeah, guys, Tom Lee is correct about some of the problems after 1010, but he did also say that ETH was going to 20K this year.
Yo,
So
Tom Lee.
let's take it all with a grain of salt
Yeah.
when
I
he
mean, he's
gives
got big bags, but
prices.
yeah, he's got big bags, but his company right now, they're down. Like, they're down and big in the hole right now.
The cascade that 1010 caused, that's the problem, no? Not 1010 itself.
Just really bad timing. And one thing that didn't seem important at the time, but it's important now in like retrospect, is that it happened
Yo,
right at the beginning of the drain, right, of the government shutdown sort of liquidity drain. It's like you murder sentiment and then you drain.
yo, my theory is that Tom Lee's SHIB dev.
The same on the way up, you know.
Oh
The more
no,
people die,
he's
the
weird.
more the people want to buy.
He always seems like he's drunk. Not like regular drunk, but like dudes that
On
put
some
whiskey
pills.
in their coffee. Like it seems like that. Like it's just enough to keep him on buzz throughout the day.
I think Trump is gonna manipulate the price soon because he did it at 80K last time. So if you want to blame someone, but
And I'm
Trump
blaming
bought 80K.
Binance.
Nah, let's blame politicians. It's funnier. We know he bought 80K during a weekend.
There goes the
Those
volume,
ones.
bro. My bad.
And
Go ahead,
volume
Zusi. My bad. I didn't
on
mean to stop.
average. No.
Let's blame Macron.
I'm saying bullshit here anyway. But if Trump bought at 80K and price is now back down at 80K, either he didn't sell, he's gonna be pissed, he's gonna want to, chill crypto so he makes money, or he's actually the one who sold on 1010 because don't forget he's the one who blamed the tariffs or China or whatever and created 1010, right? I mean, he's at the
Their
source,
bags
right?
are still packed. I mean, at least the public bags like WLFI and other holdings, they've been acquiring too. Some people attached to the company, so
Yeah, but
they've been buying. They haven't been selling, you
it's
know.
it's not 100% coincidence. 1010 happened the day he brought tariff fear back a bit because 1010 is not only on crypto; it's on every
Yeah,
chart.
but the
You
tariffs, we
see
were
it
getting
on.
hit left and it wasn't like a brand new tariff thing. We were already so accustomed to the tariff news. It was like we were getting hit left and right with tariffs before. So we were like, or tariff
Well,
news, not getting hit with tariffs, but the
yeah,
news.
SPY did its biggest candle in a year on 1010. It went down 3.5%. Bitcoin did a big candle too, but it was only 10% down, like 3x SPY, typical, right? It's not only Bitcoin that had an issue on 1010. A lot of charts had a red day. But yeah, on crypto, it was complete carnage on altcoins. That's something we never see. So I don't remember
Oh,
having
wait,
seen
what did you
that
just
much.
say? Hold on, Zeus. You said that's
Yeah, no,
something we
that's true.
never saw. That means it's an anomaly.
Yes, on altcoins, yes. I've been seeing contract.
Okay.
No, I saw contracts DPEC. Like that's not unseen. We saw spot prices go. I remember Solana at $12 when it was when you were trading it at 8 on perps and all. But this was like different than that because the DPEC didn't last longer. Well, Solana it lasted weeks, man. For weeks you could buy Solana at $8 on futures while it was at 12 on spot. So yeah, eventually the contracts repegged, and it was a repegging play, right?
Bitcoin's
No,
testing
yeah,
its
but
local support right now. Let's see. What do you think? You think Bitcoin's gonna hold right here?
of course it's gonna hold.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm talking about. But if it doesn't, I'm ready. I got some dry powder on deck finally.
but we do need to feel 86,000 where there's an order that should
Your girl came
help
through,
us
Drew.
pump.
Yeah. Dry powder on deck.
I told you, some candles and some baby oil.
I went out and got her some pizza.
Oh, what kind?
This is roasted vegetable.
Nice, nice. I like the healthiness. Banana zone incoming.
I wouldn't even mind a little dippy do, but I think we could hold here. But if not, what's the next target? I'd say 80. The way it's looking, I wouldn't be surprised
85.
if we stretch all the way down to 84.
Trump bought
Stretch it out. Stretch
85.
it out.
Then he sold 1010 because he knew he was gonna fed the market. So he blowed the whistle to his friend. They sold right before the candle even started.
Well, yeah, no, that's what happened.
And now?
WLFI, did you see what happened? Because WLFI dumped first before everything, and I was holding it. So I'd say it was about 4 or 5 minutes right before everything happened. So yeah, somebody knew something.
Yeah. And now that price is back where he bought it last time, maybe he'll just think simple and buy it at the same price. And I'll try to find the candle because I remember very well seeing Trump buy at 85.
I'll be right back.
I think it was 85 on a Saturday. It's a Saturday.
Zeusy, how's the French stock market holding up? You guys run out of French fries or what?
Sold a few stuff today. It did good today. What ASML pumped, but that's not French. That's Netherlands. You were next. Yeah, ASML did good.
So your market doesn't dip when our market dips?
It does. Everything follows
Happy.
America. If you want, but France made a, but exactly like Solana, it made a very tiny, or ETH, right? Like you had 1 day in price discovery, and then boom, straight back down to support. But we spent 1 day in price discovery just a few days ago, last Thursday. So it was able to stay 1 day in price discovery, and then back down to support with America dumping. Yeah, I guess we can't really break out. Well, dividends are really good in France, especially this year. Previous years, they're like really getting good dividends. But the value growth is really not there. There are other countries in Europe that are growing much more than France. Like Spain is really doing good. Well, I guess that's probably not going to continue now, but yeah, the other countries are doing way better than France. But Germany is doing better too, and the stock market had a nice run at least. France just came to all-time highs and is broke out a bit, but by 1 day. If we had 1 day in price discovery, that's all. It's really a longer term hold, friends. I think you're playing dividends. You have to pay dividends if you invest in France. Or just play LVMH, right? Yeah, yeah. Just, I mean, we have only one stock that's comparable to American stocks. It's LVMH. Ticker MC. And I need to start thinking about selling that one too, by the way. Yeah. Luxury. Usually, luxury stocks don't suffer too much during recessions. Well, I mean, they go down too, of course, but a bit less. It only dropped 60% in 2008.
Did you short the top, Zeus?
What? LVMH?
Yeah, LVMH in 2008 dropped 60%. Yeah. Currently, it dropped 50% already with the tariff scare, especially because France was targeted with champagne and stuff like that, and LVMH owns champagne and stuff, wine and all. So 50% down. Yeah. We it already dropped 50%. So 2008 was a 60% drop. LVMH already dropped 50% down and recovered half of its drop already. I guess we could do another dip, but it's not necessary. We already had a 2008 crisis on LVMH thanks to Trump manipulation. Gave a goodbye, honestly.
You mean the same exact timing we're about to go back into right now? 2008 was the housing crash, remember?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but well, LVMH is a chart that already did a housing crash here.
That shit was so bad that you couldn't even wear luxury goods at the time because people would look at you like you were
Yet
insensitive.
The stock only divided by 2.
Big volume coming in here. Both sides, a lot of aggression on the tape.
Yeah. We filled the buy wall at 86. Next one is 85. It's the biggest in this area.
Oh, give me a second. Family running around the office. Let me get them out of here. But I was safe.
Starting to look familiar, right? High low on some odds, while Bitcoin is again putting a lower low here. Like ETH didn't put well, I guess it's fighting for 2800. Now, 2008 for LVMH, you hadn't even recovered the 2000.com bubble anyway, so maybe that's why it didn't get hurt as much, right? The context is very, very different this time around. You're not coming from a bear market you didn't recover. So I guess there's no reason to take the 60% dip metric as a buy target on LVMH nowadays. Because it's not 2008 we need to replicate, it's 2000. 2008 dip will come, well, it'll be a few cycles afterwards. Right? Like it's more a 2000 dip we need, a dot-com bubble dip. Well, oh, we don't need it, but I mean, technically, you 2007 before the housing crash, it was a bit of a retest of the highs of the dot-com bubble, right? That double top with 2000 basically. But here on the left, we have nothing to double top with because this is the first push up. First push up into price discovery. Retrace it. Then we'll come back for a double top one day, huh? We'll see a double top at 127. And I'm pretty sure 90% of people will want to break out long 127. But yeah, it's hard being bearish on something that already divided by 2 its price, you know. Oh. But if we end in a financial crisis in America in next year, oh, I guess you'll buy LVMH more like at 300, 260, somewhere there.
So anyone know when we're due for the next bull run? Pretty over this one.
But yeah, October 26th.
Of what? 27?
No, 26.
We're due for the next bull run. I'm so confused.
Yes.
Oh, October's like a year away. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I got you.
Well, I mean, we'll. Yeah, it's not that far in time. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It's
a year goes
it's
by
far
fast.
in
I think
price, but not in
I'm
time.
DCAing all year, only into Bitcoin.
It bottomed in October 2022, so if you just simply add 4 years, you would expect a bottom in October 26, but it doesn't have to do that. And looking at how everything seems to happen a month before, well, but bet more like on September than October, I guess.
If there's one thing Bitcoin proved this bull run is that it doesn't have to do anything.
Yet it's respecting the cycle to the teeth, right?
No alt season, no euphoria. Practically the most bearish bull run ever.
Solana made a new all-time high. ETH went to a new all-time high. XRP popped to $3. I mean, we've seen some euphoria. It just failed, right? We got rogue pulled at the tops on all these coins. Like people TP'd earlier than usual because it was only seasoned traders that survived the previous cycle that were there. There were no new traders basically, and you had these institutions that also probably TP sooner than most people or than I do it for sure.
It was light euphoria though. It wasn't like I'm getting high on crack euphoria. It wasn't like 2021 euphoria.
You're right. But it happened
Just like I'm getting high off a joint euphoria.
Actually, the euphoria happened last year, not this year. It happened when Bitcoin pumped to 74, March 2024. I think that's when things got really euphoric.
I feel bad for noobs. This is very disgraceful for them. Like, we want to keep some people in the space, not scare them all away.
I mean, this is the best thing that, hopefully they didn't enter already, but somebody that's looking to enter, now they have a better entry than they did 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, my friend got in like a month ago, just like $600. And I'm like, if I was you, I would pray for this to keep dipping and just keep buying up, like prepare for the next one.
Yeah, DCA. DCA is the way.
There's a reason why we say don't try to catch falling knives.
I
This
mean, in
one
a
is
way,
a good example.
when you're
of it.
DCAing, you're catching them, but you're not catching them in one swing as long as you have extra dry powder or you're making money. Because some people, they don't make extra money, so they have to figure out how to allocate some of their dry powder to make sure it's going to last for all the dips. But luckily, if you have a job and every week or every 2 weeks or every month you have a check, then you could keep on DCAing.
That rejection at 108 sent us into a falling knife on the daily time frame. It's not a 15-minute falling knife. It's a daily one.
Yeah, I'm still holding on to my Doge. I don't even care if it dumps to 11 cents. I'll buy it up. Let's go. Do whatever you want, Bears.
Pepe really let me down.
Yeah, Pepe got hit hard too, man. I saw that.
And when you lose the 50, you go for the 200, worst case, sorry. Oh boy.
I'm going to grab another drink. I'll be right back.
Yo, grab me one too.
White.
Drew's about to be plastered. It was like 10 minutes ago that he went to go get that last drink. All right, I'm back.
It's one of those days.
Locked
Demolition
everybody
day.
out. Did we grab? We'll look at that effect.
We haven't fully retraced it yet, right?
No, I'm looking for. Yeah, we're still missing some of it. Blue one. We got to take both of that.
Yo, did you see that James Wins drama with Aster and Machi? Because Aster put in Machi mode. If you get liquidated, you get points, and like dedicated to Machi or something like that. Machi
That's
supposedly didn't give him
nasty.
permission to do that. Yeah, that's nasty.
It's nasty
So
work,
James
bro.
Wins hit up Machi. He's like, "Yo, did you give him permission to do that?" Like, he's like, "No." And James Wins posted a screenshot that he talked to Machi about that. So then um, they put James Wins on blast and say he's on his last $18.23 on his short. He put in $18. Yo, Aster put him on blast.
Damn.
And then guess what he did? And he was like, "Yo, mic drop. That was a hidden order. You guys, nobody was supposed to know that." So he just did some either genius, some like next level 4D chess on Aster, or he's trolling or something. But basically, you know how they have hidden orders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can
So
like
by
opt off the
Aster,
book or whatever.
yeah, James saying so. Basically, it's like, oh, you guys are gonna play like that. I had a hidden order, and you guys are gonna blast my hidden order on Twitter. My $18. He just put it out there supposedly just to test after because he's been going ham. Like he's been fudding the hell out of Aster, and it's interesting, man. It's entertaining. I grabbed my popcorn. I was reading
A
some
lot
of
of
these
people
threads.
think that and I mean I don't necessarily agree or disagree, but a lot of people think that he's a hyperliquid show. That his whole point was to just bring attention to hyperliquid, and he's being funded by hyperliquid to just keep the high profile trades going. And if he's
You
shitting
know, he was a
on
fellow Porky.
Aster like that, maybe that makes a little bit of
Yeah,
sense.
but he's not that sophisticated. He was in pork, man. He was like in the pork community. I was on Spaces together with him back in the day, and like he got wrecked on that too. But
Guys,
yeah,
yeah,
they put him on
M2
blast.
is M2 is decorrelated right now, yes. Has been since the government shut down. The only reason we didn't notice is because liquidity was dropping anyways. So while we were draining in the direction of global liquidity, it wasn't obvious. But from the 7th forward, we are 1000% decorrelated here.
Got some big sales coming in over here. Okay.
Watch your language, Jake. Your parents taught you better than that.
What's going on right now? We're gonna bounce or what?
We're going down
I
the
don't know. You
hill.
gonna buy
Get
some
ready.
Bitcoin or break that
Well,
piggy
Yeah,
bank
everybody's
open,
buying.
bro?
than I ever have in my life.
Everyone's crying. No one's buying.
I'm not joking. And the
Nah, I
funny
believe
thing
you.
about it,
You said that's what you said earlier.
I can't believe I'm with Maxi. My stepbrother's a Maxi. He's like, welcome.
Yo, I decided not even to look at the Doge chart. I'm just keeping it on the side. Not even looking. Just gonna wait for Bitcoin to do its thing. Once I feel like it's done, then I'm gonna feed my position.
I can't go any lower, you guys. I still have alts.
I mean, if the goal is to get more crypto when you get out of this whole mess and like you look, a few years down the road and be like, yo, did my bags grow? Do I have more buying power than I did a few years ago? I guess if you got the right cryptos, as long as you get more of them during these times, you're gonna do pretty good, right?
I'm at my initial investment in 2021. Actually, a little bit lower, I think.
And Bitcoin hasn't even really dropped yet, right? We haven't broken
Relatively.
structure, yeah.
Exactly.
That's a pretty hefty drop from 125-ish to where we're at right now.
Yeah, but you know very well it's gonna drop 50% at one point at least, right?
It better. If not, what the hell am I selling my Bitcoin for?
I mean, the way I look at it, I think it's going to be a perfect 2x 80 or what, like let's say 75K maybe, and then you get that 75K 2x that to 150, and that would be the move. That would be the whale move right there. Splash in at 77, splash out at 147. Bang bang.
The best sells always feel like a mistake, Jake. You know what I felt like de-risking on October 9th? Or even worse, on the 21st. I mean, on the 31st, when we were already recovering from that little dip. That shit wasn't easy. But that's why you gotta have mechanical entries and exits and invalidations, because it never feels right. You know what I mean? And if you're not careful, you could talk yourself out of that shit.
This definitely don't feel right.
I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all.
Got some positive CVD going on, but no follow-up for now.
Let's see,
think
we
I'm
got this new hourly.
I think I have to de-risk more right now.
I mean, isn't it supposed you're supposed to go higher risk when the fear gets like when the fear is this extreme? Usually it's like everyone's de-risking, but I guess when everyone de-risks, shouldn't you risk?
At least try and sell the 1 minute EMA. That one gets touched every day. You know, at least above the 1 minute 200 EMA, because it'll be retested.
We're just basically seeing global panic sells, right now.
Although, I mean, we didn't stay long above the 1 minute here. Stayed like a few, maybe an hour or two.
I think I gotta go move some things around, you guys. I'll be back.
I mean, we can
Be
spend
very,
12
very
hours.
careful. Spooky.
What's
I'm not scared of you,
Spider-Man?
Carlos. I'm not scared of you. Oh, damn. Somebody just gave me a big fat red candle right on my Valor forehead. Damn. Hit the resistance or support perfect, though. All right, I'll be back. I got to take care of some damage here. All right, not too bad. They sold a $5,000 clip. That's not too bad.
ETH is back above its previous low. And come on, Bitcoin, you can do it. No, oh no, Bitcoin is pretty far. Damn. We need 1% pump to get above the previous low. But good news is people are pressing buy a bit, so I think we got a chance at getting above the previous low, which could be a bit of a scalp. Maybe we can touch the 5-minute EMA as a target. And I think the reason why Bitcoin didn't touch 85K here is because the one who was below the whale, there's a smaller whale that was below the bigger resting order at 85. So he was at 84,900. He canceled his buy there, and I think he just bought because he saw enough limit orders to not get too much slippage. And so it's probably him, yeah, because the timing is matches. So we saw support weaken and buy. Well, instead of buying 84,900, I think he's buying 85.5. Doesn't have to be like that, but so it's not really good news, right? It's not like support becoming weaker, but price going up. But we're desperate anyway. I'm okay with this. How about people who want to buy 60K and all? Okay, can you just cancel your orders there and just buy here? Or even those who want to buy 82, 80K and all like. You're very good traders. You're patient to wait for price to come fill you and all, but actually they can't buy here. There's no sell wall. Yeah, 85 is technically strong support. We'll see what happens, but it is support. And resistance is like 90,500 now. Somewhere there, yeah. Yeah, we fit 90K into resistance. Well, in the meantime, SPY is happily climbing up 0.4% after having put a lower low after market close. It's just been grinding up, holding above the 1 minute EMA. Although it's showing a bit signs that it wants to get below the 200 EMA too. So maybe that's why people sold Bitcoin. You know, as soon as they see a potential top on SPY, because the SPY had a double top here. And I think that's what sent Bitcoin down a bit, because as soon as you see a potential top on legacy, people just sell quickly that crypto.
Yo, Drew, what do you think about these coins I'm keeping? AVAX, SUI, Crow, Chainlink, and that's pretty much. And I'm looking to get into Sol when it dips harder.
I think that's a good batch.
And then Bitcoin and ETH, of course.
I'm thinking you should have a little bit of Doge up in that mix.
You know, maybe at the bottom. I mean, I always I'm here listening, so you convince me. You know, I might hop in there. It didn't do nothing. What did Doge do this season? I mean, I haven't been keeping up with it because I was so bullish. I'm like,
It didn't make any big power moves, but I mean it did something. I was able to make a few scalps on it.
Outperformed Bitcoin, it did 10x up, right? It went from 5 cent to 50 cent, almost 48. It had its move, Doge.
Yeah.
It's not like some other coins who didn't even do that, right? Like, you had an opportunity to get more money than out from Doge than you got out from Bitcoin in the perfect trade, right? In the perfect trade, you would have bought 15, sold 127, which shouldn't be the goal of any trader anyway. But and on Doge, you would have done a bit better because you would have bought 5 to sell 48. So
Yeah, Elon told me to buy at 16, but you know, we're here at 14.77. It's okay though, because I'm buying the dips.
it's 20% lower. Doge is still around 16, right? Well, or okay, or maybe it's 10% lower now, but
It's not too bad, not too bad. I've been buying
yeah,
the
it's
dip, so
but it's that's an anomaly, right?
dude, Trump ruined the market with his Trump coin, bro.
Yes, definitely.
Like
nah.
that dude. That's where all the money. That's where all the. That's where that was
Yes.
euphoria. That's where all the money
Yeah.
went. He literally came in. He's like, all right, bro, I'm gonna play these guys, thinking they're gonna do well. Took all the money for himself and ran, bro. I mean, think about it. Think about all the money he made in this. Man, I don't even want to talk about this.
It had a
I don't know,
spike up
man.
after
He helped
1010.
pump our bags
Trump.
though during Oh, he helped pump the bags though for a while, you know, especially Bitcoin.
Minusculely, our bags would have pumped harder without him.
You know, during the Bitcoin conference, you know, he might have had a positive impact in the end. People TP'd the news,
I'll be
of
right
course,
back.
but overall, it's money that entered the market, right? Like with the launch of Trump coin, there's new money that entered the market. Now, it didn't end up in
Where's that money now?
Trump,
Where's that money now?
but it's in Bitcoin.
Let's not say it didn't stay there. It's gone, and it's not coming
That's
back
what
because they got a bad taste in their mouth.
hell yeah,
On
they
top
just
of all
got
the other
wrecked.
bullshit, you know, and all the shady
But
bullshit he's doing now just adds more out
like
about the whole
Shiba
market.
did last, like Shiba did last time, like Pepe did, like every new meme that's getting launched. Yeah. At least it was successful, right? At first, well, the opening candle was like pretty successful, from $1 to $80. As Trump was at $1 on Maxi before it pumped to $80. And then you're gonna wonder if it's coincidence that on 10/10 Trump found support at $1.
Trying to de-risk up. Come on, Bush. I just saw more ETH though.
Where does Dbloc's arrow stop? The down one.
He doesn't want to show it. Yeah, he's right about not showing it. No, but it's the same. It's a flagpole, right? So, you can guess. It's not that bad.
180? Sorry, not 80,000?
No. Well, I don't know actually. How much percent did Bitcoin go down before putting this flag? 5%, right? So it's another 5% drop. So yeah, 80K. Yeah. A bit more than 80. 80. 82 probably. Damn, another 5% down on spot.
Damn, 85 now. Come on, man. Good thing I quit. $86, 300 and something was my last attempt.
It's just too soon to drop below the previous all-time high. That's 69K. So time-wise, we have to at least go sideways here. My opinion. Yeah, above 75, sideways at least for a little bit, a while. Because if you already, if this continues at this current rate, the falling knife on the daily, then, yeah, we're gonna
But it
break
continues.
structure quickly, right? So I think it's likely to find support and
Good, man.
hover a bit in this area. Maybe range like it did last time. Huh?
Man. Just keep dumping.
But it's really, for now, there's not really an indication of a range going on.
I gotta
That's an
buy.
argument that the bull market, that's an argument that the bull market top is not in yet. Because if you look at the metric of the cycle as when you lose your previous all-time high, then we're way too early to do that. We lost it in June 22, not in November.
No comment.
So you could expect Bitcoin to lose 69K in June of next year. Maybe that's more likely than anything else. So I guess it's probably just 50-50, but total though doesn't care. It's below COVID all-time highs. It's at 2.9 trillion.
There you go.
Hmm?
Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, down 7% in 24 hours. Picked up steam to the downside.
I wonder where they want to go. Is it 70? Double bottom at the 70 something?
Ask your neighbor if he wants to buy Bitcoin.
Ah, they
I
don't
think
buy that out here where I'm at.
99% will say no right now.
They're too poor. They don't even know what it is. Well, maybe I got to figure out when I'm going to start my DCA on Bitcoin. Should it be at 40K?
Not necessarily a price point, right? As you see, it could be a time area. If you want a DCA, like
Not a regular DCA. What do you call it when you buy low prices?
well, you never know if it's low prices. But yeah, timing, right? Timing is important. That's what we used to say, and you're expecting a bear market bottom in a year. So DCA before that, I guess. See where price is at that moment. Maybe it'll be above 40. Maybe it'll be
But should
below.
I buy like $100 a week? Or should I do $10 a day?
You know, these ETFs, it's a bit like an IPO for them, right? So once price comes below the ETF release price, they should kind of stop selling, no? Because they'll, on average, those who are still in will all be
Or
in
should
a
I
loss
just wait for the bottom
from
and
the
buy
release
one
price.
Bitcoin? I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll wait for the bottom and just buy one Bitcoin.
It doesn't matter that it's one.
Yes, it does for me.
It's beautiful, yeah, but
You have almost 4. No, I'm really sad because I don't have any. So if I can just get one back, I'll feel a little bit better. Now we just need a black swan so I can get it for 40K.
no, you don't need a black swan for that.
I don't?
You need a black swan for 15K.
15, okay.
For 40K, I don't think you need a black swan.
15. Then
It's
I can, yeah.
It's the golden pocket where price just naturally likes it.
At 15, I'd have to figure out how to get like at least 2.
Actually, I don't think it's gonna go that low. Wait a second. Total chart. Well, anyway.
Well, with a black swan, we need something pretty bad to happen. You know, like I don't know.
But it just happened. 1010 was a bit of a black swan on alts, right? So, wow, there's no need for another one. You just need people to continue pressing sell, and we'll get there.
Or CZ could just figure something out. You know, like removing all the orders from the book and crashing everything.
He just did it. Give it more time.
He can do it again.
And oh boy, it's been successful. Yeah.
He already knows it worked. There's no repercussions.
You know, the funny part is all Bitcoin needs here is like a big fat green candle back above $3 trillion.
They don't want to do that.
And after that, an event to pump up sentiment. It'll just go by itself back up to retest the daily 200.
I guess I'll just keep my spot just in case then.
No.
Yeah, I already kept it. That's just in case that happens. It's, you know, at this point, it doesn't matter.
It will happen.
The black swan will happen.
No, the upward manipulative
the God candle?
social media stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll be ready for that then.
Can't even try to guess when.
We're getting close. You better.
I don't know why 5th of December seems like a good date.
They have to be, yeah, this next month sometime. I think we'll get back up to like, I don't know, 90,
The 1010 values, 1010.
99K, and then that sounds like the perfect place to reject, and then just dump all over again.
On total, the SR is pretty well defined. You know, the resistance is gonna be at 3.22 trillion, so that's the retest to do. But it's taking time here. Time-based capitulation at just above 85. Oh, what's up with this? Well, it's just me feeling impatient, I guess. But like, no one took the 85. You know, the hurry to dump seems to be more like non-existent. I don't know. It's odd. There's
I think
demand
H
at
is playing
85.
some games.
Yeah, possibly, but this isn't like, I don't know, like nobody, volume is down, right? And not on perps. There's stuff happening on futures, but on spot, it's like let's come down, stay a little bit above 85, and go sideways while we wait for someone to decide what that next direction, and I guess that someone is our dear old Nvidia, Tesla, and all that are currently pumping, you know. Actually, ES broke out up that 200 EMA on the 1 minute. Well, it was able to hold it, and it broke out upward. It made a higher high here. So now dropping below the previous high could trigger a big sell, because as soon as there's weakness on SPY, it seems like someone drops that Bitcoin. But yeah, markets are gonna gap up tomorrow. If it stays like this, we're gonna open a little bit higher than where we closed. I don't know if that's good or bad. If it's like yesterday, you know, open high just to dip back significantly down. But it's Friday, it should be, I don't know, maybe it won't be that volatile. I have no clue. But I know it might gap up when I wake up. Actually, no, I'll be back. Tuesday, they're playing with Tuesday low currently. Like it was able to pump back up to Tuesday's low point, and on Tuesday Bitcoin was much higher, right? The low point on Tuesday was 89,000 on Bitcoin, so I think we could see it at least attempt to pump towards that, maybe. Yeah, instead of continuing to dump, maybe it'll try to catch up a little bit here, because the like no one wants to attack 85. First step for seeing 88. 89, sorry. Yeah, the first step to see 89 would be to stop dumping. So get back above this previous low, please, and not, you know, it's okay. You went down, put a lower low, you stopped out anybody who longed this sideways flag. Deviation below the flag, range. Just fake out breakdown of the flag. What's the probability of that? Like 30%, no? Then get back inside your flag. Then we still have the 5-minute EMA problem. After that, it should be straight up because we went straight down.
I don't know. I disagree.
Is fear and greed below 10?
No, we need to keep dumping if we're going to go to 89.
It's at 14.
That was being sarcastic.
Oh, on CNN it's at 6. I guess there's different fear and greed index, so depends where you look. On subcharts it's at 11, 13, and on CNN it's at 6. This isn't for crypto though, right? I mean, I guess it's everything. Well, it's below 10, it's at 6. The CNN one is at 6 for the stock market, I guess. For crypto, it's at 11 though.
I'm back out. Air mattress is out.
What's the deal?
Right, and a couple things I can check on. Gold being one of them.
I just want one Bitcoin. I need it cheap.
Nah, you're really low though.
Is it because I'm talking low?
There you go. Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, I said I need one Bitcoin and I need it cheap.
I hear you.
Come back in 6 months.
Soul ETH
Nah,
is popping back up. Soul's at a double bottom ish. Looks weak, but Soul ETH's popping up, and Soul Bitcoin looks like it wants to pop too. Maybe Soul's actually.
If ES gets rejected here, 85 is lost, honestly. Because we're
Is
going
looking bad over
sideways.
there.
No, it's looking good, man. It's green. It's up 0.5%, and Bitcoin is just going sideways in the meantime. Like we're going sideways just a bit above 85, right? No, it's green. We're gonna open above 1010 tomorrow. If it doesn't give it back, tomorrow markets open above 1010 low. Friday, that Black Friday low.
Hmm.
Today SPY closed below it, right? We
Yeah,
closed
yeah.
at the bottom below 1010. Futures have been grinding up since the market closed, and it's now above 1010. It's already at Tuesday low. You see the low on Tuesday on SPY. So I'm worried of a SR flip of Tuesday low. Like if it fails to reclaim Tuesday's low, then and it starts to go back down 0.5%. But well, yeah, maybe 85 will hold, but it's not likely, right? But no, I worry about everything for nothing anyway. In the meantime, it's holding, and maybe ES will not go down 2% tomorrow.
I don't know, because that looks like it's just about how far it needs to go to get to its value area low.
2%,
Oh
another
shit,
2%
no,
down.
it's more than that. It's 4%. It's at 63.
Yeah. Well, 2%
And that's
down on
already
ES.
on the like 5% dip that we were looking for.
It's not gonna be good for Bitcoin if that happens. But no, not tomorrow, man. They just had a very red candle. People buy the dip over there. Still,
I mean,
they
it's
don't have.
technically that support, but
Yeah. Maybe put a right shoulder before starting a recession, right? We could get a right shoulder, which would be our escape boat on crypto too. Right?
yeah.
Well, man, Bitcoin isn't gonna break 85k. 5 pumps 5%. Right? That's not gonna happen. I mean, it can, but actually, it happened already. But
My natural gas play is outperforming. I am worried
Bitcoin
about this
is
gap though.
outperforming Bitcoin since the 1st of January on gas.
Well, outperforming its measured move. But that gap concerns me. Double top starts to show weakness. Lower high.
The idea, I think, is that with an incoming fear of recession, people would like expect less energy demand, so price of energy would go down, right? So even energy goes down with, well, freaking everything goes down.
This will continue to go up. For me, it would be to reposition. Like I would love to TP and reposition on a retrace to that gap. But we're on our upswing, right? If you look at the weekly, this goes, it's seasonal.
Does it really go up in winter and down in summer?
Yeah, but it's very corrective, right? Like it price is kind of manipulated. You know what I mean?
But yeah,
and as it should be, because people need this shit to have to warm their houses and, you know, cook food, and you don't want price getting too out of control. But yeah, you can normally count on those swings. And this one started last winter. The whole year, basically. Then the summer months. Yeah, I'll look at yen. Looked at this shit so many times today. Let's look at dollar yen. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I was already there. Yeah, this just looks bad, bro. That's not a good line. It's not a good line, and we're getting scary close to it.
You know when Bank of Japan meeting is?
Close to ours. I have to double check the dates. I don't want to give the wrong date. But worst case scenario is we pause, they raise.
These guys communicate between themselves, no?
It's the type of thing that's self-assured, like mutual destruction. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would imagine that they've got lines of communication open. I would hope. But then we have the real problem. Where is
Go
it?
to sleep playing the 786.
There's the 10-year. Where's my chart at? Hold on, give me a second. Go back. This is not good.
Well, there goes all my dry powder.
Japanese 10-year bond. And it's pumping hard. This is going to take corrective measures. If they don't raise, it's irresponsible, bro. Put it that way. They might not because of, like we said, pressures. Maybe we're pressuring them, but if they don't raise rates, they're gonna be in serious problems. They can't afford to pay 1.7.
Well, it's not Japan who decides anyway, no?
I mean, this is as close to parabolic as you're ever gonna see on any sort of bond chart.
Since 2020, huh?
Yeah, I wonder why Elon's not saying anything about Atlas.
I don't know. So yeah, I'm worried. Right? This can't keep doing this. And as long as the Dixie is pumping, then this is going to keep losing steam. And if we invalidate this range and break this structure, their hand's going to be forced. This was our hope. Right?
And Japan just got a new prime minister or something, right? Or something like that. They got something new that's
Very, very sketch. And the
Dbloc, have you
reason
heard about how this play? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the reason that it freaks legacy out is because there's a lot of money wound up in that yen carry trade. Go ahead.
I've heard a little bit, rattling of how this is going to play well for XRP because of the Japanese banks are going to be looking to go to stable coin with the whole reverse carry trade, biting them in the ass, and that plays right into XRP's hands. So I didn't know if you knew anything about that. I don't know a ton about it, just enough to be dangerous. So
I mean,
I was curious if you knew anything about it.
I could see how it fits into the narrative, right? But I think the safest way to approach it is to look at, because all these banks are the same, right? These central banks are all going to move the same. These major banks are all going to move the same. So we need to look to see, okay, well, what did our banks do? When our banks were given the opportunity to create stables, did they run to something existing, or now you got some that made their own, right? The majority of them went USDC, USDT, through Arbitrum. I mean, unless they have a special relationship with XRP. This type of thing is like, the reason that first movers have such an advantage is because banks don't want to take risk, right? So they look at it like, well, if the big US banks are going this route, then maybe that's the safest route. I don't know about any deals that they have. Maybe they've been lobbying, maybe XRP has been lobbying the banks over there, but I haven't heard too much about it. In situations like that, if we have precedence for it, then I like to sort of pay attention to, okay, well, when given the opportunity, what have major banks decided to do? What chains have they chosen?
Yeah, Chase has been on Ethereum on some internal stuff. They've just been keeping it internal, but they've been on Ethereum with
The
Chase.
argument that I've heard the most that makes the most sense is, I mean, these banks have created all the complicated financial instruments that we use to this day, right? All the instruments that we use, investment vehicles, all that shit. Probably going to do their own stables, right? Maybe not at first, but I imagine they're all going to go behind their own blockchain. I don't think they go public blockchain, in other words. But we'll see.
I mean, Chase. You know, I thought they're experimenting with their own stuff, but it seems like they're very Ethereum centric.
Yeah, for the security, they're gonna go big, right? Ethereum's gonna get the most of it. We don't even have to. We can see it in the numbers, right? We see that that's where the TVL is because of the safety or whatever. But listening to some of the Wall Street guys talk, it makes sense. They have different needs for different vehicles. Some shit is okay. Some shit that's slow and is meant to be long hold shit, or for bigger transactions that need more safety. It makes sense to go to something like Ethereum. For micro transactions, it might make more sense to use something like a Sol or whatever XRP, whatever other alternative they have that's faster and cheaper. They're gonna roll out, yo. It's very reminiscent of .com era when people were trying to figure out what company will, what web provider will each company use, right? Like what apps will be picked up by what companies.
Yeah, if I was a bank right now, I would straight up swaggerjack Coinbases and Binance, Kraken, get all of them and make some like monster mix beast out of all of them and just do exactly what they're doing and just push them out.
The thing with banks is that they already have the trust of like the older generation, right? So you don't have to convince them that it's safe. You just have to make things available to them now. Be way easier for Bank of America to talk my grandma into buying some Bitcoin than it would be for Coinbase.
Right? Imagine
Or
her
to
just
let
having
them
that
hold the
little,
Bitcoin, to leave money on the
yeah,
exchange
yeah.
or leave, custody and all of that shit. It just, honestly, it just makes sense for that generation, right? They're not going to learn new tricks. Right? My grandmother or my mom, they're never going to remember their 12 words. If they do put it down somewhere, they won't remember where they put it. Like, so for them, maybe ETFs and bank custody makes more sense. Especially since the older you are, the less risk you're willing to take, right? Like you can't afford for anything to happen.
Hey, people would be surprised, man. Even if the words have no kind of rhyme or reason, the more you say them and repeat them in your head, you're gonna memorize them. Like try to keep on like every now and then, just read them. Read, of course. Like don't put them as minimum. Never ever put them on your screen. Like they should only be on your screen once, and that's when you read them. To write it down on your piece of paper wherever you're writing it down or etching it, and never ever have your thing displayed on your screen again because you never know.
Crypto
It's
Pat,
funny
thanks for the
because
sub, brother. Appreciate you. We're getting close to 7K, y'all.
Yeah, baby, 7K and pray.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, Zusi, what I'm saying is like, it's really, I think this is a really important security bubble you have to do. So like anytime you write your seed phrase when you first activate your wallet, that's the only time you should ever see your seed phrase pop up on one of your screens. You should never request it again unless it's super emergency. And if you do, it's better just to change and make a new one right after that anyways. But it's like so important that people do that because there's new apps now. They screen grab, they do screen captures in the background like via bugs and stuff that aren't even detected now. So it's getting pretty sketchy. So minimally, like don't ever display even on your own screen. Like just do it once, write it down analog somewhere, and then set and forget. Don't let your
Isaac, that
anyone.
sounds that look, let me show you something because we were just looking at it. That sounds great, right? Japanese to stimulate it. Yeah, they're definitely gonna try to stimulate. 42 trillion yen. If in dollar amounts, if the U.S. was to stimulate that much, Bitcoin would be at 500K. But look at the strength of their dollar. What do you think that does to the yen trade, to the yen pair? It's a desperation move, right? That's gonna send, in my opinion, more shock of more fear. It's like if the Fed came out at the next meeting and said, we're gonna cut one whole point and we're going into QE and we're sending out money, be like, whoa, hold on, what's the panic about? You know what I mean? At least that's how the market's taking it right now. But yeah, that's a shit ton of yen that they're about to flood. It's bond control, right? They're trying really hard to keep those bonds under control. We'll see if it works. They're the #1 holder of U.S. bonds. #1, #2, and 3 are Tether and USDC. Which means you can kiss goodbye to our bond market if anything happens to theirs, because they're gonna have to dump bonds. What's going on, Maddie? Yeah, exactly, WP. That's what I think we're worried about, and that's why I think Trump was talking tough, and he's like, "Hey, I don't like what's going on with the yen." He's like the currency manipulation and da 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 da.
He went to Japan
Not like our
recently.
currency manipulation, right? Not like shutting off the data that would have dropped the dollar for 40 days while the government's closed so the dollar can just run wild. Not like that type of manipulation, a different type of manipulation.
You think the reason for the shutdown was economic? Well, yeah, probably.
I think the reason for the shutdown was they wanted to give NASA an excuse not to release the high definition footage of AI Atlas. They're trying to keep us in the dark, Zeusy. There's so many things, right? So many things went wrong with this government shutdown that whatever you're into, you can come up with a conspiracy theory that was the reason they did it, because it really did affect so many different things. This damn interstellar object that we're looking at, that everybody's so obsessed about, that they think is a alien spaceship or some shit, literally passes the closest that it'll ever get to anything that anybody has up with our highest high def camera pointed directly at it for a perfect shot. And NASA just like gatekeeps it and says, "Oh, we can't release the footage because the government shut down." So you can imagine what that did to like the conspiracy theorists, right? Like that's like rage bait.
Is it released now that it's open?
Yeah, it's a blurry comet thing. Like, you know what I mean? But keeping people away from it, it lets that imagination go, right? And the more you do it, the more it like blows up and blows up and blows up. The reason that we're getting different readings from it and all these anomalies, in my opinion, is because it was formed in a part of, the universe that we have nothing, like absolutely no information on, under completely different circumstances that reacts different to our universe and our solar system than the one it was created in. Unless it hits the brakes when it gets close to December 12th, I think it's supposed to be the closest. It's closest to the Earth. Unless that shit hits the brakes, It's a comet. It's just a fancy comet. Now, what's cool is on the nerd side of it, it's doing shit that we don't know comets to do that absolutely make no sense to us, right? So as it comes close and we've got every telescope on the planet pointed at it and all the signs, you know, we might actually learn something about the universe that we don't know. So on a nerd level, that's cool. Did I say AI? It's AI everything now. 3i Atlas, yeah. But you got that. You got on our side, right? Our conspiracy that it was to drain liquidity and all of the business cycle so that they can pump QE and all of that and then pump us into the real estate drop. But yeah, whatever you're into, bro, there's something that happened during that government shutdown that you can point and blame at.
How much time does it take for the government to remake things work like before the shutdown? Because it's been like a week now. It's open again, no? And doesn't seem like we're back to what we were doing before.
Yeah. Nah, it's super interesting, bro. As far as something to like get all 10 hat about and shit, like yeah, it's super interesting shit. I guess the coolest part is that we really don't know what the hell it is. I mean, we can, you know, probability to comment, but the what ifs are cool. Fans, you been drinking? I tried to read that sentence 3 times. Yeah, they did a live stream, and now people are saying that they kept the sharp images, or they're just not showing us everything. People are gonna believe what they want to believe. It was kind of shitty though. Just a furry light. Weekly R size low. That's the daily. We gotta wait for this weekly close on this RSI, but that's one of the signals, right? That's one of the confirmations that this is more than just a correction. But on the daily, though, pretty low.
Mm, 85 was the breakout point of that structure we did with the tariff scare, right? But the low point, well, the support I think was more like 80k, right? Well, 78 200, and at the end we got the spring a bit, well, the fake out closing candles below 78 to then just revert up, right? So I'm thinking out loud because in case 85 doesn't hold, like, why do I want to try again, right? Because currently, for me, we're at 85 already, and I'm gonna try to hold 85. You know, that's 786 fib. It's actually a bit lower than 85. The 786 fib is 84.3. What's the exact number? Forgot, but well, depends how you draw it, I guess. But it's 84 something. 84 300, yeah, is the 786 fib. 84 370, yeah. But in case we lose that, but I think not today, more like next week. Yeah. Then I'm looking like at what other level to try before we put a low and we break structure and we're below 74. And I think at 78.3 maybe could be a bit of a hidden, well, not that obvious level, yeah. But yeah, I guess we might just want to let price tell us too, right? It'll put
That's the camp
bullish
I'm in.
formation.
I said that's exactly the camp that I'm in.
Yeah, let price show us a bit, but try to be ready still for some levels, I guess. Yeah.
So I mapped out every time that RSI's been near or close to where we are now on a daily. We did go lower. This is that big dead cat bounce that ended up being not such a dead cat bounce. Then we went lower here. Small relief, went really lower. This was FTX. Popped on this one, dropped on this one, dropped on this one, consolidated on this one. It's all over the place. That's why I like using the weekly more. Weekly is a better judge. Somebody was just
On the
asking
daily,
about.
you need a.
Somebody was just asking about the daily RSI, so I just wanted to. It's
You need
easier
a
to show you
2000
than tell you.
RSI. If you want to compare the RSI levels here, you need like a 2000 RSI on the daily.
I want to go back and look at that platypus on the bottom.
Okay. My Williams platypus.
Honestly, you drew it really nice.
That is not that. That's supposed to be an alligator, bro. That is not nice. That shit is scary looking. That's what's inside that 3-eye Atlas shit. Waiting, come get us.
That's kind of like when are you due? to a woman that's got like a big belly, and she's like, I'm not pregnant.
You should never assume a woman's pregnant. Get you into trouble.
But I'm just saying, like, he was like, I want to see the platypus. He was just being honest. You're like, bro, it's not a platypus.
Whoa.
Yeah, I used to call my ex-girl duck mouth platypus, but yeah, she didn't like that too much.
This is
Damn.
during the duck lip era.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. She every time she
Oh,
take a picture, like
I
put the
hated
duck
that
lips
shit
on.
so much. Oh my god, I'm glad we're not doing that no more.
Yeah.
Duck lips was the worst era.
They're still doing it in Eastern Europe.
That might wake up
Yeah,
the
but their
forum.
face just looks like that's from the work. Like they went and got duck lip surgery. Now they just look like that.
Oh yeah, true.
Well, good night, everybody. Try have fun. Crypto is supposed to be fun, you know.
I'm having a blast.
Wee.
Take it easy, Susie. Nah, I'm significantly less bullish right now, as you can tell by the title. I'm barely bullish is what I am.
That's like a double pun, barely bullish. I like
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
That's great. They're gonna have this interesting Solana Skyline event at NYC tomorrow, Lower East Side. They got this like incubator little thing here, or not incubator, some kind of hub, Solana hub they have. They call it the Skyline. And they're doing a talk tomorrow about the meme Silk Road. Should be pretty interesting. It's gonna be like American based memes, like the guys from America.fun and some Asian company. I think they're Chinese that kind of does what Pump.fun does, but in China. And they're just gonna like kind of shoot this shit there in the Lower East Side.
That's cool. I do shit like that in my
Yeah, it makes me miss New York. I'm about to go back. Not too far. Might actually have to go there tomorrow. Haven't been there in a grip. Yeah, it's crazy on these low caps. Like when the teams say they do buybacks, they could do like just $4,000 worth of buybacks, but like the news, people think like it's like oh snap, and then all of a sudden like everyone's doing buybacks themselves. It's a good marketing tactic that everyone saw Pump Fun was using because Pump Fun wasn't doing the full buybacks they said they were doing. Because I mean, if they were selling their own product. Like they had so many lineups to sell.
Apparently, a lot of their revenue went back into the. I mean, I haven't looked into it, but from what I heard,
I mean, they had so much ammunition to go into it.
there is no second best.
That's true. That's an oxymoron, right?
Second place is just the first place loser.
Well, if you were the best, you couldn't be second, right? So there's no second best.
I think he's right, but I think his price predictions are questionable. If I didn't respect his price prediction to the top, I can't respect it to the bottom. But he's right about market makers being on their toes because of 1010. I've been sort of seeing the same thing.
Who, Tom Lee?
Yeah. Somebody
Yeah, that
in
video's been
YouTube
getting
asked.
circulated. His last interview's been getting spread pretty wide.
Yeah, I've been asked more about Tom Lee today than I have in the past 8 years. Straight up.
Tom Lee's G though, man. I mean, Lee rhymes with G. And remember that one character we were looking for in the ship, the guy that did the ship swap, had last name Lee too, but it was like some secret dev that went by Lee. Telling you, man, I think he had something to do with ship.
Oh shit. Had some turkey, that shit you already know. Take a nap.
Early Thanksgiving.
Yeah, family came in. I guess they've got plans or some shit. So they wanted to have early Thanksgiving with Grandma Block.
That's what's up. It's important for family to always, come respect the elders. Make
Yeah,
sure they're
yeah.
not left hanging during the holidays.
It was good for Grandma. Now, the stochastic RSI being at the bottom is a lot more interesting to me than the regular RSI bottom. Stochastic RSI doesn't spend too much time at the lows. Renora, why do you keep saying you're screwed? You've been bearish for a while. I'm sure you've taken profits and open shorts by now, right?
Dude, that's such a good point, man. So many people have been bearish for 2 months saying, we warned you about this, we told you. And it's like, dude, you should be like freaking bank rich.
Oh, you closed your short higher? You'll get another chance. That dead cat bounce, if when we get it, it'll be a great spot to open shorts. That macro lower high. That's all right. Give us some backing shit, bro. There's people that are way worse off right now.
Bitcoin testing that support again here. And the support just keeps on getting a little bit lower and lower.
Yeah. Dude, Link just broke. It's been bouncing off of like 12.7 or so for a while, and it's now breaking it. And I'm like, I'm out for a little bit, just for a little bit.
Take a little breather.
Yeah. I was hoping it would bounce a third time, but it's looks like it's gonna bleed through. It's all right.
I don't know, man. I'm still ultra positive. I think Link's gonna do great. I think all these coins, man. I mean, not all of them, but you know, the main top dogs, man. They're gonna still be the top dogs.
Given
Oh, I
a
know.
given a
Get
long
slayed.
enough time horizon, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a better position. Like it's too what would you say? Sketchy here. And you know, like my logic in my mind is like, oh, it's came down so much, this is a, you know, the risk reward is you know, I'm like, you know what, if you're not seeing the energy, I can chill.
See, I look at it like the sketchiness would be kind of like a cascade effect, you know, and a lot of people just get spooked out and panic sells. But I don't know, man. I think there's so many thirsty, like there's a lot of dry powder that's sitting there thirsty to scoop it up. And even if it's true, I've been reading some articles with what's going on with BlackRock, and they got this thing against MicroStrategy. They're not too happy that MicroStrategy already has what 10% of Bitcoin circulation or whatever. Is it 10% already? It can't be. Yeah, Dbloc, you know if
I
it's
don't know what
10%?
the exact percent.
But anyways, the article I read was like basically they're not happy about it. So a lot of people are blaming or saying that some of these sales they've been doing have been technically for one purpose, and that's just to not have them default, but force them low enough that they have to sell some of their shares and let go of some of their Bitcoin so BlackRock can buy it up lower once they trigger them to let go. And then once they let go, then BlackRock rebuys as soon as MicroStrategy let goes of some of theirs. So it's a pretty interesting theory. I'm like, all right, let's see. Are these whales battling each other right now? What's going on? You know, because, you know, I mean, BlackRock probably wants a bigger position and they don't want MicroStrategy to have that 10%. If it is 10%, that's a lot, you know?
I don't know. One of the
It's
more
like,
interesting sort of theories that I've heard is that with the U.S. having a stablecoin reserve now, I mean a Bitcoin reserve now, anything that is detrimental to Bitcoin's future could be seen detrimental to national security. And if something is detrimental to national security, we can nationalize a company. Right? We can go in and take over a company. So if they
that's
can,
a good point.
if they can sort of set it up to a point where put Michael Saylor up against the wall where he would have to do something stupid, and then come in and nationalize, you would basically just add all that Bitcoin to the reserve. Right? You're basically just taking all the Bitcoin.
They'd be like, here, Mike, here's a yacht, here's a house, here's a few cars, here's a jet plane. Just go hang out, have some fun. Let us do the dirty work for
Like,
you,
why
okay?
buy it? Why buy it when we can take it? You know.
You know, I saw somebody in chat say that crypto's a scam. It was so funny, man. I was in the Nvidia forums today, and people were like, "This freaking company's such a scam," and it was because they had, you know, record profits, and then it still dumped the next day, and they're like, oh, "Screw this, I'm out." And it's so funny to see that irony, right?
Yeah, yeah. And it's crazy because it's like knowledge, like really just having a little bit of knowledge or just doing a little bit of research answers those questions. The reason that it fell
Yep.
after having such a good day was because of the bullshit that he fed the shareholders during the shareholder meeting that they found out to be wrong when the SEC dropped their Q report on it.
Yep.
So you can thank Mr. Jensen for that shit.
I think he's getting too comfortable in his skin, man. He needs to do more vetting because he's usually going out there and like he has a script to follow, but a lot of times he'll just kind of like talk to the share. He'll talk to like like the conferences he has and the what are those called, the tech conferences, and he's very chill and you can tell there's a prompter, but he'll or he'll read from the teleprompter, but he'll like go off sometimes and say some stuff that's kind of like gets everybody like, okay, I'm gonna fact check that. And it's like, dude, just stay on script. Let your people write the script and stay on script.
Be very careful here. Dominance looks like it wants to pop up. This is not going to be painless for your alts if Bitcoin makes this run down while dominance is moving. If there's any alts that you're sketchy about, I would keep them up on your chart.
Well, Reno, you can call it a scam all you want. Well, that scam, that NVIDIA scam, puts my kids through college. You can call it whatever you want. Link is about to touch that macro uptrend line. At least mine. Mine's probably not very accurate, but I'm super watching. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I'm out right now, but man, it would seem like such a good place to buy.
Very close to invalidating that macro W or that W on the crazy because it held its Satoshi value and its ETH value, but it got wrecked on US. I'm not selling my soul until that's out because I bought it with Bitcoin, so still up on Satoshi value, interestingly enough. For stopping volume candle, should we have the body closed to upper wick? What do you mean? You just need the wick to be longer than the body, and you want to see some volume come in. But the vectors will let us know that. What you doing, market maker?
This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, I feel this is game playing territory.
Oh, it is. It is. If you're still in this game and you're not a player, then you are looking for an exit, and you're rightfully so looking for an exit. You're looking for any sort of relief, any pop up. If we don't close that weekly underneath, we don't close that weekly above the 100. Right. Like I said, as long as we're underneath that line, any move up is to be faded. In my opinion, not financial advice. I'm just a guy in the chair. Every move up is to be faded. Lock it in. We don't know what's gonna happen, right? Don't let the hope of that closing above keep you from taking, profits. If we close above, there'll be more than enough time to worry about positioning.
You're more than a guy in a chair. You're a guy in the chair that was the best damn platypus on the planet.
Pretty good platypus.
Or the Toxic Avengers pet alligator that looks.
Was the tail, man? I screwed the tail up. The tail needed some little spikies on it.
Yeah, sometimes in low caps, if you have a hefty enough position, you just gotta bite the bullet, and you can't do anything. Can't even fade out. If you're like a top 10 wallet, you just gotta sit there and take the punches.
I know, Drew, but like, can you imagine? Like, I don't know if you're paying attention to the macro uptrend on some of these alts, especially the utilities that you were talking about. If they break that macro, dude, that's horrible. Like, that's like really bad, in my opinion.
Well, they'll probably break their macro if, this, kind of local macro, I guess, if Bitcoin breaks that monthly inclining angular that it technically broke, but it's still in that area. It hasn't like really breached it, but it broke it. So once that really gets broke, I guess everything else will break too, right?
Yeah, and I just don't know what's stopping it from, obviously there's
Well, those,
horizontal resistance, or support, but geez, man, that's a lot for me. That's too much work. I don't want to try to find that.
but that's the thing. That's like it's either the make it or break it moment. That's where usually the spring offs are. The best entries are probably at the scariest spots. So it might get scarier though.
Exactly. I know. That's why I'm saying this is really tough. I was wanted to go out in the shop and get work done, and I'm sitting here staring at this freaking thing.
Yeah, because there's definitely decisions to be made. And I look at it like, all right, how bad could it hit? Some of these alts, even if Bitcoin does lose its place here in the 80s, start reaching the 70s. Let's look at Ethereum or Solana. It's like, are we going to see Solana under $100? I don't know. But for short-term traders, it's hell. But for long-term, if you aren't expecting to take profit these last few next months, I guess it's not that stressful. But everybody was planning on taking profit in December, so everyone's kind of crunching their teeth right now. They're just like, what are we doing? You know. I still think we'll get one nice little push, especially with the alts before the end of the year.
I'm short MicroStrategy, Nick. Keep the FUD coming, bro. Every $1,000 we've gone down on Bitcoin, let roughly round it out. I've made 4 on shit.
Yo, short that shit to the ground. No company or no person, no entity deserves to have 10% of Bitcoin if that's true.
My I think it's closer to like, I have to check the numbers, but I think it's closer to like 4%, maybe less, probably less. But either way, my thesis was always that when it's time to unwind, the MicroStrategy will unwind harder than Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, because they're a convertible debt scheme, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the pump everybody's waiting for, having that relief bounce. Well, I believe what it was that you wouldn't get your dividends until it wouldn't kick in until MicroStrategy hit all-time high, right? And then it just never hit all-time high. Hey, you signed. It's possible, Evan. It's possible. Been saying for a while that Japan is the only thing that sort of keeps me up at night.
Looking at the timeline, it feels like some of these guys are going through max pain right now.
Oh, it's bad, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So if once we get to these max pain, like it really does look bad. Like I'm surprised how bad it looks, man. Just scanning this Twitter timeline right now, and it's just like it's bad. You can tell, man. There's like
At
pain
this
out
point,
there right now.
let's say we topped out on the 6, right? At this point of the bear market, you still have euphoria. Like you would still expect euphoria, right? People have gotten very, very comfortable with this being a bear market very early in my.
Oh, you mean like bear euphoria?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean like during like in 2021, bro, we had people were euphoric all the way to 40.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like, but you don't see that now. But to be fair, we didn't get that euphoria this cycle.
But yeah, a lot of bears right now, they're grave dancing on people. But I still think it was an anomaly, but it's like that's, you get lucky sometimes, or it might not be luck because you predict the shift and like, sometimes things just don't catch that rhythm. So you're like, all right, I'm going to bet that it skips a beat, and it skips that beat when you put the bet on it. So hats off, because it's all about making money at the end of the day. Whatever you did to make that money, it's like it worked. But yeah, whoever made money was basically on an anomaly.
Well, they haven't been rewarded for holding anything, Renard. Usually at this point of the cycle, you've already seen the rewards of buying and holding, right? So it makes you more diamond-handed. But people have been slapped up and down for buying alts and holding them for too long. Like it literally hasn't worked the entire cycle unless you bought, Soul or something at the lows or Sui or whatever. But even then, right, you've been made to pay for holding. So that built those synapses. Right? People are trained right now to take profit as early as they can.
Now, would you still de-risk if, imagine you're a top 100 Ethereum wallet or something like that, or top 500 Bitcoin wallet? Do you think they're like kind of playing it like that, or they're just like whatever, like up, down, all around? They probably got extra wallets to the side that they'll spank in on a DCA. Because like those top wallets, they're just like they're standing strong. A lot of them on a lot of these protocols, and I think they have to because they don't want to spook the rest of the people looking at the wallets. People are like, oh, top 20 on Ethereum sold. Well, that's not good.
I mean, does all that really matter when it went to 1300? Did that count?
When Bitcoin went to what 1300?
When ETH went to 1300 or whatever, I mean,
Uh-huh.
so would it really matter, like, what the wallets are doing?
No, I mean, not really, but I would say like if you're a wallet watcher and you see somebody in the top 10 unload, start unloading big bags, I think it would kind of like you being that person, you're gonna know you're gonna have that psychological feeling, man, I gotta do it quick before people see my moves if I do it, and I gotta do it, unexpectedly because I think that would spook it. It wouldn't spook the market like, oh my god, it's gonna dump, but I'm sure there's enough automated features and enough whale watchers and especially people on Twitter, they're all over it, and people love to amplify the FUD. So I think the FUD would get amplified on Twitter, and it would do a cascade, and it would affect the market, but not like nothing crazy. But yeah, I think it would.
I mean, the
Even
price. Sorry,
I
go
got
ahead.
no,
No, I'm
you
saying,
good.
I'm saying the price itself is spooking everybody out right now. It's like everybody is panicking, right? Like we've not even got a decent pump or like a whatever you call that
Yeah, retracement. Yeah, I think these are panic sells too. A lot of them. I mean, there's probably some de-risking, some smart money that they're doing it properly, but I would say majority of what we're seeing on some of these centralized exchanges and on the DeFi swaps, a lot of like the lower $1,000, $10,000 trades. I think a lot of them are panic sells.
I mean, the death cross on Bitcoin happened. We didn't even get any. Generally, that marks the bottom or something, but it just is going down even after that. I
Yeah,
mean, we
like
just
I was saying earlier, it just seems like the timeline is very, very ultra fearful, bearish. Like people have been slaughtered, and of course, since October 10th, man, it's been rough. So at least for people that are spot or people that are going long, and I think it's pretty much close to max pain. If not, we reach max pain, and usually once you get that max pain, it's like unless you have a black swan to top it off, we should reverse pretty soon.
I hope so, man. I mean, these are the signs that we've been all told, right? Like fear and greed at the bottom, everything at the bottom. This is where you buy the blood. But
Yep.
whoever,
Buy when there's blood on the street.
but whoever's bought the blood on the street, at least on the altcoins, has got more bloody.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to me.
To me too.
Yeah, I bought WLFI and it dipped before everything dipped. And I thought, I was like, oh, great. I started and I bought that dip, but then it dipped with the market too and dipped again. And I bought that. And now it dipped a third time. But luckily, I had my bigger bags Doge. And I sold my Solana to get some Doge. And that didn't get hit too hard. But my average is probably around 15 and a half, even though my first buy was at 16 cents. Where's Doge at right now? It's at 0.147 right now.
We need one good candle, man, to change the sentiment. It's so bad overall.
Elon's going to save us. Elon's going to get on Twitter and he's going to say, me and Jack Dorsey, we've been hanging like bros. Like, that's my broski. And we've been chilling like some titty villains, Bob Dylan on penicillin. We've been keeping it brilliant in Texas. And we were mining Bitcoin. And now finally we figured out a way to make Bitcoin mining ecologically friendly so our carbon footprint is at a minimal. And ladies and gentlemen, Tesla now accepts Bitcoin once again. And to top it off, Doge, let's go. And everybody's going to be like, yay, Elon, finally. All the haters are going to delete their past tweets and start, glazing and glizzy and all that good stuff.
I mean, we've from that 6th October till now, it's been what, 47 days. We've almost gone down 40K. It's almost 1K a day types on Bitcoin.
Yep.
Yeah, it almost feels like we had a normal week. It's crazy. We dipped to 50,000 K and yeah,
Yeah,
we had a week.
I'm still gonna blame CZ Binance. That's who I'm blaming. Even though that's my man, I love him now.
Yeah,
I have to make friends with him and his crew. But I still CZ you my broski. But we all know what happened.
they made a lot of money. And the rest of us paid a lot of money.
Yep.
But hey, one plus side,
You take your
we
money off
bounced
of
up to
one.
76. It's not hard, but we bounced.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? That whole winter mule thing also added to the whole thing because apparently that's what a lot of FUD is also, that the market makers are not playing in this game right now
Yeah,
because
they get shook too.
Yeah, I'm the same bullish as Drew, man. Uh, everybody is bearish. Everybody's thinking bear market is coming. Yeah, and that's why I'm ultra bullish.
The boys, let's go.
Exactly.
I mean,
Because
I feel like
let's
I'm
be
punched in
safe.
the face. Like I'm cut, I'm bleeding, I'm barely
We need it.
walking. My clothes are torn. I have one shoe on right now. My
Exactly.
hair's all messed up. I'm dirty, but I'm still fighting.
I made a good reservation of a cardboard box standing ready in the street, but I'm not giving up, bro.
Let us pray.
That was funny. A couple of hours ago, Drew, I saw you chilling a lot of fellas on X on your live stream.
Like, what did you see?
You're tweeting on X. You're commenting on
Uh,
a lot
yeah,
of posts.
yeah. I love, every few hours I like to get on my shill on X.
You were chilling your coin. I understand, of course, but that's funny to see.
Hey, the coin went up after that. I don't know if I did anything, but
Probably.
I like to
You
work.
did
I like to
good
work for
stuff.
my bags. Some people are passive investors, but I'm an active investor.
I appreciate that. If everybody would do that kind of shit with their bank, there wouldn't be this kind of free bear market because it's not a bear market. Everybody thinks it's a bear market. Call it a pre-bull market.
Yeah. I think it's good, like, it's to get it out of the way, kind of like a thing with a loose tooth, just break it out, rip it out real quick. Or a band-aid if you want to pull off a band-aid. You don't want to pull it off slow. Just rip that bitch right off.
Exactly, and that's what we happen now. Just in the 6 weeks, we dropped from the all-time high to to bear market lows.
Yeah. It's like the market needs that max pain. Everyone's
Awesome.
getting too happy. Everyone's flexing too much flexing
Exactly.
on the timeline. Everybody's, dunking on everyone
Way,
else.
yeah,
And
way too over leverage.
yeah, that's
You,
that's the problem right there. It's like, I mean, who are we to stop any platform that wants to make a decentralized app or whatever, if you want to call it decentralized, to let people do 40x, 50x, 100x, 500x, whatever, if they can back it up. But, we have to learn to live with that monster. It doesn't matter how much we cry. 'Cause I heard like even that Tom Lee character talk about it, and nah, it's not going to go away. Maybe there'll be U.S. might say U.S. citizens won't be able to do it or who knows what, but it's not going to go away. Even if countries ban it, it's going to be here. And it's going to get crazier and crazier, and we just have to get used to it.
yeah,
And that means it's just like where there's going to be all these wipeouts and rinses, and when you zoom out, it's not that bad. It's like I
exactly.
was zooming out on a monthly, and it's like, all right, if this monthly chart was a 5 minute chart or 15-minute chart, it's nothing bad. We're still, pretty good right now.
Exactly.
Hey,
Yeah,
talking about
exactly.
leverage?
Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, everyone's
In
kind
the
of like,
middle.
leverage is kind of making everything go wonky.
I think it's more that people want people want to be rich in one bubble, and that's why they use leverage. But if you use leverage in the right way, then it couldn't hurt that much.
We need to come
But
up with a
people,
like I don't know, a way where it won't affect. I don't
Well, it
because
should be
even
super. It should be on chain. Like the perps are on chain in a way, but there's a way it's detached from the order. Like the actual bets themselves, isn't there like a buffer in between? It's not like direct spot when you're doing a direct buy on the order book. So there's some kind of detach on perps that doesn't exist
yeah,
on spot. That I think that's where all the kind of little bugs pop up and all the kind of disconnect happens, and everyone calls it a glitch or whatever. It's right in in between that buffer zone that that spot doesn't have to really deal with, because spot is direct order on chain, order to wallet. But then with perps, there's that little extra step. It's not on chain order to wallet. It's like on chain order to whatever mechanism with smart contracts operating in that leverage, and then to whatever chain it's supposed to go to or whatever wallet. So there's, I think, with that little middleman in there, they're screwing something up in there.
it's ridiculous.
I
yeah,
might just be
and the
tripping because I've
spot
been
loss
drinking a little
seems
bit
to.
tonight too. So if I'm
Yeah.
talking too much, just let me know. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
me too, man. I'm on the day in
It's
Spain,
one of those
so
nights.
I know what you need.
Yeah, one of those nights you gotta
I
just
just
crack
came
some
back
drinks
from the
open.
Right, Drew. We're just going to call. We're going to call you Joe Aspen.
Uh oh.
city.
Well, I'm not drinking White Claw, so
Do you know Valentine's? Of course you know.
Of course, man. That's how we used to drink in Romania.
No, not Romania, but it's but I had a nice fun with Valentine's. I'm on exploring holiday in Spain to live on grid, and I want to really move out of the known because everything is getting way too expensive. Just want to buy myself a piece of land, just be
How low?
chill, raise a family.
How low
Your
did
mic is a
Bitcoin
little
get?
bit low.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, not your mic.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry,
Other.
I have earpieces in, so that's probably the reason. And I'm talking a
It
little
just
bit
sounds.
like
It sounds a
loud,
little
so
far. Yeah.
how
yeah.
low did Bitcoin end up going?
How low can you go? Bitcoin's a low rider.
It it
Very
hit
good.
the 786 on
I still
the
don't
macro move,
think the
It
so
bottom's
touched
in.
there is possibility
on Binance.
that
It touched 85,400. 85,414 ish or something like that.
'Cause I really could see that thing going to 74, and if you look at those, it looks like it has to go back there, man.
we on a very crucial point. It hit the 786 of the macro move. For instance,
786.
the index says that's 85 350, and that's the point where the 786 lays. So most of the times, especially on the macro, we get a reaction there, and that's what I counted on. But gonna see. I want to see a bounce. At least give me some bounce, man.
See, when everybody's negative and going down, that's when you're supposed to get in, but it's too early to get in.
Exactly. That's a fear. That's fear that's talking. I know I had that fear, but because some guys in stream a couple of hours ago said they just sold their ETH and their alts and shit. Sorry, there's something bad with. But that for me was a kind of point like, okay, if I was uh, in the same moment with a lot of spot, then I would have probably faithfully sold also. But for them saying that, I went ultra bullish. Same as Drew, probably. Me and Drew are only the only bullish ones.
That boys.
How crazy would it be if Bitcoin just in this couple of weeks would show where it's made of, by what reason it's made of? Because how awesome would it be that the forex forex markets would dump, Bitcoin would just pop like crazy. Okay, that's maybe a fail, but yeah, it's actually the reason it's made of to if a recession comes, that Bitcoin would be the hedge. So it could only be makes sense to drop Bitcoin as low as possible before a recession and then skyrocket. But yeah, that's of course NFA theoretical.
I'll be right back.
It's crazy that only Bitcoin did a bull run and ETH, of course, it did new all-time highs. believe. For the moment, nothing really made up my maybe yeah, it made a little up high. Seems just like liquidity sweep. Interesting.
And we're gonna get the nightly pump, and then New York opens and just sell off.
What is going on, fam?
It's a slaughterhouse, bro.
It is, man. I can tell you one thing. I was wrong on my call. I'm not afraid to say that. I expected a bounce and maybe get a little bit of bullish news. I'm still bullish, but it's almost time to go in, I think. It's almost time.
What, to buy?
Yeah. I'm just waiting, man. I've been like patiently.
What the?
Are you seeing these candles? Oh,
Is that a wick or a volume?
I gotta go de-risk some more, bro. I've been de-risking all day. Demolition control.
Well, I did that like when Bitcoin was at like 125,000. Now I'm like sitting on. I've been like waiting to buy back in. You know what I mean? I don't know. Could be the shortest bull market or bear market ever, maybe, and then we get a. Who knows, man? Who knows?
Wow, it is a wick.
Yo, what's up, guys? You think this is it?
Is Dbloc awake?
No, I think he's asleep still.
I think that's it.
Drew, you in here? I need some TA right now.
It went down to 81,380.
I think Drew was calling 75.
Told you all. You didn't tell us anything. The targets are on his chart.
This is insane, bro. We need 10 grand right now to put us back in 96.
Dude, that was fun. I just scalped 4% in 3 minutes.
On leverage?
No, spot.
Really? That's good. That's good.
You bought the bottom of the wick and then sold it real quick.
Yeah.
Savage.
All in
Dude,
the
dude, I just go ahead. Sorry.
no, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, man, I haven't grabbed 3.5 to 4% in like weeks. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like in that short amount of time, I just sat down. I heard Nick talking, and I was like, "What's going on?" I was just, okay, I'm gonna grab the red. Buy the red, man. You don't have to stay in it, but you
Dude, you
know,
gotta do it, man. You gotta do it. That's what I like to hear. This is
I'm waiting
crazy.
for it to settle down now. But that was fun, dude.
I was gonna say all in a day's work right there.
And I threw my entire portfolio at it.
I don't know if
Because
this is helpful. Go ahead, buddy.
It always does this though, man. When it hits a target, it bounces off of it, and then you're like euphoria because half the wick is gone, and you're like, yeah, we're going up, but then it always settles back down and tries to revisit the wick. So you just gotta you gotta get in and you gotta get out. It's sad that we have to do this, but dude, you have to evolve, or you're gonna die.
Talk about evolving. That's just what I was going to say. I don't know if it's helpful to anybody, but last 4 or 5 days, I've been looking around with Polymarket and crypto. And between sitting here and watching and listening to Dbloc, doing my own TA and everything else, you can bet on the crypto like at the top of the hour all the time, all the way up to the very last minute to the next hour. And with what we know compared to the average Joe out there, it's like taking candy from a baby almost. You guys might want to look into it.
I mean, is it legal in the States now? I haven't checked on that.
If you have a VPN. I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
mean
not
that's
legal,
always
but if you have a VPN, you can bypass it.
yeah. Well, I don't think it's illegal either. I just don't think it's like they don't support U.S. customers.
Guys, how are you? Hello?
Hello?
Hey guys, how are you? This is me, Samir.
What's that?
What's up, guys? Why I'm getting charged every month for YouTube? Hello?
You'd have to ask Dbloc when he's on.
Yeah, I heard him saying something like it's 51 times, something like this.
The Discord is $50 one time, lifetime. You get it for just a one-time fee, but there's no charge for YouTube through Dbloc
I
that
mean,
I know
unless
of.
you're a member, unless you do the membership on the YouTube channel, that's all through Google Payment. So if you don't want to do it anymore, just cancel it through your Google account.
Ah, that's it. Okay. I got it. Got it. So how are you? What's happening to the market?
We're
81.
watching crazy volatility right now. It's fun.
Yeah. Actually, I do believe this is a very nice entry point.
I hope you're right because I just sold everything for Bitcoin.
You sold everything for Bitcoin? That's nice.
No,
Yeah, the worst. Why?
I just took like a 50 to 70% loss on everything else.
Yeah. Actually, I have to refresh my charts a little bit because I've been away for like around 2 months. So need to just do some TA. Is there any news for this big drop? Because
No,
most
it was
coins.
in the charts. It was in. If you look at his targets, he put them there.
Yeah, I saw the target.
Yeah, I mean it's just capitulation.
Capitulation to another dope.
So I believe December will be very nice.
I
I
was
mean,
talking to Emad last week, and he was asking about where I thought it was going to go down to, and I thought at that time, a week, 10 days ago, I said the low part I've got lined up is 75, but I hope I'm wrong. And holy shit, I didn't expect for it to get this close this fast.
the only thing that we
I
can see if they
I
defend
believe.
target one or not.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you, but I think we still have some room for 68. And that can happen really quick, like in a day, like a very big drop, $7,000 to reaching, let's say, 78 or 76, then just bounce hard. Everything.
I don't
Uh,
hold any
who's
spot, so I've just been uh,
who's
snipe
short
leverage
from
trading for 8
100?
months.
Who's short from 124, 26? That's a very big drop, actually. Lots of gains. Very short period of time.
Well, if there is one indicator for the bear market, then is that people that are expecting a bounce while it never comes.
This is the worst day of my life.
Why? Your spot or leverage?
Spot, but I'm spot like 20 plus coins.
At what time, at what price did you purchase?
All over the place. Mostly a year to a
Good
year and a
average.
half ago. I bought most of my things, and then I got some things from 2021.
Oh, okay. So you're okay. Oh, yeah. You lost some profits.
Yeah, I lost. Yeah. I did good on ETH, but that was it, and that was my biggest bag. But still, I was expecting like 5-10x gains. I hit 3x last year, and that's it. That's all it's been. And I'm like, this is the weakest bull run of my life, bro. This is so weak.
But I remember Dbloc did mention that he's going to sell everything when we reach the targets we reached already. So I believe
I'm selling everything as we speak.
you're selling now everything as we speak.
I've been slowly selling stuff all day, and it's to the point where I'm keeping like my strongest coins, which I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to make like no more than 6. Right now I got 10, but I'm trying to keep it even lower. But it's hard. It's hard for me. I'm a big altcoin guy, just because I know what it can do. I've seen what it can do, but that was 2021.
Yeah, 2021 was good time to buy actually. I still hold some coins from 2017.
I'm selling my Beam right now, and it hurts because I'm really into gaming. Like everything I'm doing right now really hurts.
Yeah, but why you sell low? I just can't understand your strategy.
Who says
Because in
it's low?
2021, I went down with the sinking ship and I took a 90% loss when I could have taken a 50% loss. So right now, I'll take a 50% loss. This thing keeps dipping. It's going to go down another who the hell knows. But alts are going to be like, you think alts are bad now? Wait till Bitcoin really goes into a bear market.
Yeah, but are we or not?
No, I was going to say, I'm sure you know. You sound like you've been here for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'll take a 50% hit over a 90% hit. Like I'm out of like loss mode. I'm at like, can I take this money and put it to work somewhere else mode? That's where I'm at.
Okay. Good strategy, actually. Always when you're in profits, that's perfect. But well, 50% is really good, by the way. And don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, no. In 2021, I went down with the ship. I didn't sell. I
Mm.
barely, yeah, I don't even think I broke even. I think I barely broke even, if anything. I just upgraded my computers and my monitors. Didn't make any money, but I bought a bunch of stuff. And I just went down with the ship. I was like, let's see where the bottom is. I only had a few grand in at the time anyway, so I really didn't care too much. But today I'm just like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going through this again.
Yeah. I feel like clicking buy now for leverage. Or I just want to see the next couple of candles to make sure that this is the end of it. Because this wick here is very nice on the 15-minute chart.
This weekend here, it's similar with 13th of January 2025. I emphasized that last night.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, guys, it was nice talking to you. I'll do other stuff. I'll upgrade my charts. I'll join you next week for aggressive trading.
Yeah, bro. Just so you know, you don't have to pay YouTube. You can pay Dbloc and get access to this for like a one-time fee instead of paying a monthly fee. Just so you know.
Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Just talk to Dbloc, or you can message him directly on Discord. His name is on the YouTube channel.
Got it. Yeah, I've been here for like maybe 8 months already, more maybe. So I can reach out to him. Thanks, guys, for the nice chat. We'll talk later.
Have a good one, Samir.
Yeah,
Thank you. Bye.
It's like I said in chat, who says that you're selling low at the moment? I mean, the people who sold at 10.10, people were also saying like, what you doing? But they are in profit now, right?
I don't know, Vrom. I'm thinking today it's Friday. Could be that Black Friday's, let's say, Swan event happen and get your crypto assets into discount. That's a possibility.
Yeah, it's always a possibility. Yeah. But I'm just thinking it's like if you compare it to 1010 and several other times before, you get the wick, you go up a little, then you explore the wick again and go lower. Now we wicked, we maybe go up a little bit, explore the wick and go lower.
What goes down must come up. I think this was just a liquidity sweep.
They sweeping me straight off the floor right now.
1 hour time frame candlestick sweep. That's interesting. On this tip of this week, we had 81,111 bucks on Bitcoin, on futures, on Binance. That's a round number.
GM Milk Road Nation. This is Gambler. How do you allocate? How do you allocate this? Because you said in your to these markets. How do you choose what you're doing between like PMX and
So how I usually have is like things. I high risk.
Yeah, open mic, homie, open mic.
Should it be half K? If I really
Thank you. Yeah, why do they always do this when people are sleeping?
Well, last time, not 1010 was after market close, right?
If my estimations are correct, we should be back above 94,000 in 12 hours.
Where the who?
Say that again, Darren. Sorry.
If my estimation for this bounce are correct, we should be back above 94,000 for Bitcoin in, I don't know, 12 to 16 hours from this point, because there is high liquidity above 80,
But
80K. towards 94K.
There's been liquidity all along above us, right? I mean,
Yep. Who wanted to buy already bought. Who wanted to sell already sold. And markets tends to shift sentiment with this week's.
Thank you for the hopium. Thank you.
I wouldn't call it hopium, you know. We just need to play correctly this bounce if we play it in swings or in, I don't know, long scalping, short scalping, trading positions. Because with this kind of wicks, you induce market uncertainty and fear. And after that, the greedy guys are waiting patiently.
You aren't kidding.
We are already trading below psychological support at 86,000. When there is blood on the streets, that's the moment you shift your, let's say, psychological trading system and you buy. And that's not a financial advice, but I've seen it a couple of times happening.
well, I would buy here a part, but I wouldn't long here.
You know, it depends on your strategy. Either you were shorting everything on the market and you take profits, or you're longing it and you're waiting, longing opportunities, positions, or you already placed yourself. If it's, let's assume it's a V-shaped recovery, would be an interesting bounce with this 3,000 Bitcoin price action wick.
It's amazing to me how quiet it is in here with all this excitement going on.
Hey, Nick, you get an open mic, buddy.
Oh, my bad. What's going on?
I'm not just getting ready to turn in. Just don't want you to
Yeah, man.
say.
I went to sleep at like 7:30. My kid's not feeling good, so I crashed
Oh,
out
shoot.
and woke up at like 2 a.m. ready to rage. So, and then I saw the charts doing some little craziness, so I was like, I'll stay up a little bit, you know.
I was kind of hoping that once we bounced off that D3 700 bar, we were gonna go up, and it just kind of did a quick fizzle.
Yeah, this has been an interesting. It's been an interesting market right now.
That's
I
why I'm
wish,
going to bed.
yeah,
Because
I really thought we'd be bouncing by now, but I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe it's a flash, quick, quick bear market, and then we bounce right back in. Who knows? You know, 2026. I've seen crazier things happen. You know.
yeah, like I said, I think our economy is in such bad shape, and the dollar's just going to keep losing. That Bitcoin's going to do nothing but go up. Eventually, once it gets through all this shit, and these market makers and everybody get it as low as they want to buy it
Yep.
cheap, and after that, it's going to be off to the races for some time.
That's kind of how I feel too. But thanks for letting me know on the open mic, dude. Discord like always does that, man. Like as soon as
You know what?
click
I
off.
never had a. Yeah, I mean, I've stupidly, unfortunately, left my mic open myself that I open up stuff, but I've had 2 or 3 times now in the last 10 days where as soon as I sign on my laptop,
Yep.
my mic is automatically on, and it's never done that before. And I didn't, so now I got to be really cognizant of it.
Yeah, that's how it is on the phone. Like I was just on the phone and just watched stuff, and I was like, man, it's really quiet in here. And then ended up watching a YouTube video. As soon as I clicked off the YouTube video, it must have unmuted the mic. So I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I didn't want you to say something or give up some information you didn't want going across the
Yeah,
line.
no, I
So
appreciate it. Yeah. I've been
uh,
caught a couple times. No, normally it's just like snoring or falling asleep on you know.
hey, it could always be worse than that.
Yeah. I
All right, brother.
appreciate
I'm
it,
up.
man.
Yeah, I bet. All right, man. Have a good one. I'm going to sleep. I'll catch you tomorrow.
I'm not too far off. Take care. I'll see you
All
tomorrow.
right. Cheers. See you. Bye.
Oh, we hit my target. Well, it's probably lots of people's target. Basically the 800 on the daily.
Damn, that tape is disgusting, y'all. Look at that. All right, I'm up. I'm up, y'all. I'm up. Coming up on target too. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oops. I haven't even looked at Twitter, y'all. I grabbed something to eat for some energy. I haven't even had any coffee. Did I miss something, or is it just the weakness we were looking at earlier playing out? I mean, I expected it to play out. Just this is pretty fast.
I watched it in real time.
Let me fix
It
this
was
volume too.
amazing.
Where'd that wick come? Yeah, the wick is what woke me up. Coming down into that weekly order block. You notice how every time we come down here, the tape just lights up. Excuse me. If you look on the weekly, this weekly order block here that we're coming. This is, I mean, that many weeks in a row, that hard, no retracement. Really hard to find that type of price action on Bitcoin. I'm impressed.
I actually bought some Bitcoin.
Once this bear market really gets going, once we've taken 2-3 waves after we get this retracement or extension out of the way, I'm going to be so annoying about buying Bitcoin. Not advice, of course. Just annoying as shit. Like Michael Saylor, but cooler.
I don't think I'm ready for that.
Yeah, I got flushed in one of my positions. I don't even want to talk about how much I lost on Bitcoin. Damn. Ooh.
You're not alone, bro. You're not alone. This thing has been unforgiving on the way down.
Yeah.
We said it a couple days ago, like the aggressive nature of the longs every time we hit a bottom. Insane. I mean, they've literally left all of this shit behind just to chase long.
That's crazy. They did it to them on 1010 and then they're doing it again.
Well, that's if you remember around 1010, what I was saying is that usually what happens is they punish the risk takers, right? So the risky side, they punish the risk takers with big leverage flush, and then they punish those with conviction. They punish the holders. That's what. If you have any conviction left in anything that you're holding, you have been through the fire with that conviction. What's good, Sin?
I like what Dominance is doing.
Yo, D, did you say once this bear gets started or gets going?
Yeah, like once we get into the second wave, till then we're not. Because I was talking about buying Bitcoin. I'm saying till then, it doesn't make sense to stack. Once this weekly closes. Yeah, I hear you, Sin. I hear you. I've de-risked everything I'm willing to de-risk, and everything else is like, yeah, I'm not missing a bounce. You know.
That was my feeling.
Well, the problem is if people went too heavy in the beginning, you're at the point now where you're like, well, I can't keep buying the dip. I bought the dip already, you know. But this is 1000% a trader's market until everybody's on the same page. Right now, the macro guys are still not on the page of this being a bear market, and they're not wrong, right? The macro side of me says, nope, I haven't seen my confirmation. I haven't seen my invalidations. The trader in me says there's no way I was going to hold from 126 all the way down to wait for the actual, which is why we had our de-risk levels on the 6th and the 31st or whatever. But yeah, I'm counter trading myself internally. But there's a couple of things that I can't ignore that I've never ignored, and they've never let me down. I can't ignore the levels of FUD that we have right now. I can't ignore the massive impulse down that we just had that hasn't had a corrective move yet. And I can't ignore that the government just opened up.
Yo, not to. I think that might have been it, man.
I
think that might have been.
might have been it.
Yeah, I haven't really said it since '96, but this one.
That's
Man, my meme positions are down like 95%.
I don't even want to think about it, bro. I don't even want to think about like low market cap alts, what that must look like.
Nah, like my bag is right. Like my bag, it's so funny. My bag
Is it
4 months ago.
okay? Is it at least things that will be traded during the next cycle, or you think that they're things that would just be forgotten about completely?
I'll be real. Probably they're forgotten about. So I'm really, and I'm talking like high. Like nearly, I had nearly $1 million in some of these things. Anyway, doesn't matter.
You're not alone, bro. I was on Twitter before I got on here doing a little bit of surfing around. I didn't really see any news, but I saw a lot of like loss porn. You know what they call loss porn on crypto.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're hoping for, Try. My hope isn't gone for. My hope isn't even gone for a new all-time high. Right, but easy for me to say that because I took money off the table, right? Like that's why it's hard for me to talk freely because I know a lot of you are underwater and it's like the shit doesn't, it's not the same. You're not in the same sort of position. But I don't envy the position of being underwater and needing to get back to all-time high to break even. I don't envy that position. I think that probability is on the chance of a lower high and the bear market starting. The macro guy inside of me is screaming at me, you don't have confirmation for that. Shut up. You sound stupid right now. And he's right because it hasn't been confirmed. And we've seen plenty of times this shit. People pay for not waiting for confirmation. But like I said, we've got to balance both people, right? Which means the macro guy is not about to cost me money waiting for it to pull out. But the way we trade is different. When we traded our first weekly candle underneath the 50, and I said we need one more weekly candle to confirm, right, for macro people to jump on board and finally see, okay, we're pulling our chips off the table, bear market's over. Once that first weekly candle closed, I told you every rally is to be faded, right? Any pop up for me personally, because I can't give financial advice, but for me personally, until we close a weekly candle above that, any push up is to be sold and taking profits. Even if you're planning on buying dips, even if you don't want to miss, every move up for the most part should be taken advantage of because we're in a hardcore downtrend and a really bad liquidity suck in the worst sort of FUD cycle that I've seen in a long time. So that's not a good environment to like hang your head off of like hope. You know what I mean? But for me, the reason that I pay attention so much to when it's confirmed on the macro is because my trading style completely changes once we cross that line, right? So like I told you, it's mechanical for me. You could be right. I mean, if we keep dropping down, 100K would still be a crazy move. But it's possible we don't get above. I mean, I don't think there's a chance that we get above during this weekly candle for when it's going to count. Right? We've spent 2 days moving in the wrong direction, burning fuel. So I'm not about to come on here and get all like, well, there's 48 hours left. If we just get a short squeeze, no. It would surprise me, obviously, if we got above. But it would be nice. anybody would complain about that more. If you're underwater on alts, because I guess we probably don't spend enough time talking about it. If you're underwater on alts, for me, not advice, I can't sell dips. I will sell a retest of a level that's gonna break and confirm. Like meaning, like let's say right here, if we're in this situation, and you're in the alt and you've decided, look, that's it. I can't do it. I should have sold a long time ago. I can't hold it anymore. This relief rally is never coming. I've reached my limit. Wait for that retrace up to trend at least is what I do. Right? Things aren't just gonna drop, right? They drop and then they come back and retest and they drop again and then they'll eventually come back and retest. Like try not to get in the habit of selling green candles, because what feels worse than having to sell is selling and then getting a green candle right after you sell. Right? Because you sold at the most emotional part of the drop. Everybody's name is different, so I can't tell who's talking. Hello, noob. I don't know if I know your regular name, but I don't know your whatever. If you've been here for long enough, you've heard how much shit I got about warning people about alts. So I agree with you. Alts have been a bad idea for quite a long time. Oh, Deadpool. All right, what's going on, brother? They really need to fix that shit because I feel like I'm just talking to a bunch of people I don't know, and I know it's all y'all, except for the ones that have like the same names. Yeah, Roka, I appreciate that. He said mine is the same. Yeah, I don't know why they do that, bro. It's like they're trying to dox everybody. My portfolio right now is like 90%. Well, out of everything that's not in stables, is like 90% Bitcoin, some ETH, and a tiny little bit of Sol. Because I just had to buy some of those lows. I couldn't. Some of those numbers were too. That's the last little bit of fun that we had, bro. Literally. Really disappointing how this played out. So, I mean, even if it continues to play, it's still like even if we were to continue to all-time highs, it's still super disappointing how it played out. Even if it recovers. But the savior, I think, out of the whole thing was our DCA out, right? Our DCA out on the 9th. And then the DCA back in around my birthday time was the last sort of fun that we've had in a long time. And then DCA out on Halloween. You know, what was crazy is like during around, let's say, well, the beginning, The first couple weeks, like the first week of the government shutdown, I remember us coming in here and joking like, hey, I think we're doing a pretty good job running the country. Like, we're all on our own, guys. And then we started to feel the drain.
You know, someone's gonna blow up, or someone's already blowing up right now. Like someone big.
It's possible. The way that this is unwinding, it really makes me feel like there's a
Not just in
casualty
crypto.
that nobody's talking about.
Yeah, like in on legacy side too. I feel like the Fed's gonna have to step in, dude. Like it's dropping fast. Not as fast as crypto, obviously, but it's knifing pretty hard.
You know what made this better? I mean, it's not good, but you know what made it better? That that our M2 was coming down at the same time. Right? We popped up when we were supposed to in the middle, and then it continued to drop. But it wasn't until like the beginning of November, even the first couple days, like after November 7th, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 updates basically. It wasn't until the 12th when the government reopened that everything did that. When it should have been the opposite, right? I mean, I understand that the liquidity pipelines aren't immediate, right? So I wasn't expecting an immediate result after it opened, but this is. And then now everybody wants to say, well, I guess M2 was wrong, like you're seeing that all over Twitter. I guess M2 was wrong. We're correlated, da da da. Like, okay, you're not gonna mention when it was right here, when it was right here for ATH, and when it saved you from getting liquidated, and when it took you out on the Halloween. Like, we're not gonna talk about any of that. We're just gonna ignore that the government was shut down for this entire time with no liquidity flowing. That's why I don't waste my time arguing with people on Twitter, because you'll spend all day, bro. I used to. Yeah, DJ. Everything I'm holding now are midterm swing bags. But I'm still holding, I've still got a decent sized bag of big. Yeah, in interpositions, yeah. Net, no. In total, I'm up. But yeah, I took L's on plenty of positions, unfortunately. But fortunately, it was rebalanced with, you know what I mean, other ones.
Looking at previous bull cycles, though, could you not hypothetically say this could be the dip before the next move to an all-time high and,
Yeah,
parabolic phase, I guess?
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm holding any Bitcoin right now, is because I haven't seen any confirmation that that's off the table yet. And for me, like I said, the confirmation for that would be that second weekly close, which honestly we're probably gonna get. So what happens then is my sizing changes. I'll still be playing that, but my sizing will be different. Right? If we were to close above that 50, or until we close above that 50, my size is good macro size move, If it doesn't, then I have to go into scout mode, which means I'm playing it, but I'm not playing it with the same size I'd be playing it. I have to de-risk a good percentage of that.
Yeah.
But I'm playing this shit to the end. Yeah, you kidding me?
It just it
Until that
it would make
liquidity
sense.
dries to a freaking trickle. I mean, and I don't even mean like our access to it. I mean, until it's just there is no liquidity left. Then, you know. Luckily my MSTR short is going crazy right now. What helped me a lot, because somebody was talking about did I take any losses? What helped me a lot was realizing early that money wasn't flowing into alts the way they should, and putting a lot of what would have been alt money into gold, honestly. That's what really helped. And some of the early gains, which is why it's important that you guys don't disappear, yeah. Like, it's going to get boring. It's going to get frustrating. Some of you don't want to short, which is cool. So you're going to be bored, but just find ways to stay entertained and stay sort of like engaged, because the gains that I made early during the bull market are what made none of the stuff that happened after matter. Right. Even though I was underwater with my late late cycle buys with what happened on 1010. Some of the crazy moves that we had at the beginning of the cycle made up for all of that. This was a shitty year though, right? Like, if we're going to just look at it year to year, this was not what you would expect from a third year in the cycle at all. We know why, we understand why, but that doesn't make it any easier to swallow, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's an understatement, Yoel. The massive problem. Massive. I can't exaggerate how massive that was. $10.10. We talk about 10.10 like September 11th. Like, you just gotta say the date. 10.10. That massive liquidation sweep, bro. Everybody got murdered on alts.
See, I would be. The thing is, like, this type of stuff, and I know it's probably me talking because I'll be openly honest. I lost 13.5 Bitcoin yesterday in a trade, so it's probably me talking out of like desperation. Maybe that's how brains work, right? But like if you think about it, like I have been looking at previous bull markets and stuff, and like we are down what, like 34% from top right now. Like it would make sense, I don't know, that we get like that is like an average move down that we get before
You're not
move
wrong,
up.
bro. You're not it's not hopium. It's not everybody's waiting for a relief rally. It's to that extent where even if price is going to continue, and I believe it will probably continue, there needs to be a relief rally. You need to see some sort of seller exhaustion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks though, bro. Sorry for your loss.
No, I'm
We'll get
chilling.
that shit back.
Yeah. Nah, luckily I don't, deep things too much. I mean, obviously I'll have my moments, but
yeah,
we're chilling. We just hope that we get an old season now.
How insane would that be, bro? Like, again, guys, we're just talking here. I'm not trying to pump hopium or nothing, but Because I'm going to other channels, and bro, somebody yesterday just put out a top 10 alts to buy before the end of 2026 or before the end of 2025. I was like, what are we doing?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the only thing that makes sense, honestly.
But can you imagine, bro, how crazy? You want to talk about a hated rally? Imagine this shit reverses, goes up to all-time highs, stops at all-time highs for a month, and alts just go crazy.
Well, if you think about it, if this was the lure to get retail in, retail doesn't usually buy Bitcoin anyway. So like they would pile into alts. And if Bitcoin does rally, then yeah, that would be the alt season.
We're gonna play this shit the same way we've been playing it, man. We're gonna play it day by day, week by week, confirmation by confirmation. We'll be good.
Like
The
I
thing is,
could see the SPY and Legacy rally here, and the Russell start outperforming because it has yet to do it. That would be our signal that alts are about to pop, in my opinion.
I hate to say it, but it really does come down to whether we get all-time highs on Legacy again or not. It's just, I feel defeated saying that because crypto's not supposed to be about that. But that's where our money's coming from right now. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
I'll say I do like the looks of dominance, and I don't want to. Dominance doesn't mean too much, but I do like how it has stayed quite low, and that, you know, if things were to go in the direction of, you know, ETH finally actually doing something, except for being a sleeping giant, I'm still in my long position on ETH from 1350.
Oh shit.
And you know what? I'm just gonna, at this stage, I'm just gonna leave it at that, and like, because like I'm just gonna play that one out and see what happens with it. I still have my sell price for that long position on ETH is still 5.5, and I'm not gonna change it. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Look, I'm not gonna tell anybody what to do. I'm not trying to influence anybody, but just remember to respect the money that you have left. You know what I mean? I know when we're
Yeah,
upside down on shit, you're like, screw it, I've already lost this much. What's the last? But that last compounded down at lower numbers, 50% down from where we are now. You know, if it's really time for that, it makes a big difference.
Yeah. No, look, I stick with some of my predictions. I'll stick with. I still, for some reason, think we haven't seen an ETH rally, and I still, for some reason, think we will see ETH above 6K this cycle. Like, hate me or not, like, you know, I just still have a feeling, have a gut feeling, you know. So, but let's see. I mean, yeah, we will see. I think right now
You know
there's
what the
just,
trick is
you know,
gonna be? This is hard, right? What we're doing now is hard. The trick is gonna be that relief rally.
Yeah, exactly.
Not getting euphoric.
Yeah.
Because it could
I mean,
really
we
just
need.
be a dead cat, right? So I'm worried about it getting so bad, and then we get that relief rally, and then everybody gets convinced without, confirmation, and then they don't TP and they lose out. They miss the. What we're talking about is a rescue ship. Let's keep it 1,000, right? Rocket ship
Yeah,
or
yeah.
rescue ship. That's the situation that we're in right now. Is this next move up going to be a rocket ship or is it going to be a rescue ship? And you have to have a plan for each.
Yeah. Well, 21st of November 2025 sounds like a good day to me to have the biggest move in Bitcoin.
Where's all the manipulators, right? Hey, manipulators, manipulate this shit.
Oh,
They're about to,
made
dude. They're about to.
Yeah, careful what I wish for, right?
I mean, to the upside, I think. To the upside.
We're going to the moon, boys. We're going to the moon. But the problem is we are on the North Pole side of the world. And we're not going to see that in 6 months.
You know what's great about crypto, and not just crypto, but like this group particularly. I've been in other trading groups when I traded Forex and I was a little heavier in legacy or whatever. Bro, those guys, God forbid you walk in there on a 5% day, 10% day to the bottom. Holy shit, you want to talk about depressing. And in crypto, we just like laugh about it. Keep it moving. The volatility, right? Like, if you love the pumps and you love the crazy, irrational, parabolic moves, then you've got to find a way to love this because it's the same volatility. Right? It sucks, obviously, if you didn't get out. That's obvious, right? But you know, a market where this can happen means we're still in a market where the other can happen.
You know, I was checking some other channels as well, and I was looking at those Elliott wave guys. Although I don't believe that theory, but their wave C is they are stretching their wave C
See what I mean?
downside is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
XYZ 1, 2, 3 whatsoever
Uh-huh.
is getting bigger and bigger, and they keep stretching it. Oh my God, that's so funny, man. I remember when I first joined this channel. I'm not old enough here, but I remember when I first joined the channel, you was telling the people that around your birthday, doesn't matter what the price is, what the market flow is, what the money flow is, what the condition is, just take the money and run out, bro. So I kept those words and I stick to that, and I did exactly the same thing. So I'm safe.
That's good.
But lots of people get liquidated. I was just looking at the ETF outflows yesterday, this dip, and there was 900 million worth of outflow ETF. So that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Been watching that closely to see if that's going to taper down or reverse at any time because we're going to need it.
Well, you know, like you talk about volatility, right? We haven't really seen upside volatility in a minute. Like this downside has been crazy, but I don't remember the last time we saw this up move in a while, other than election day. Like Bitcoin's actually been pretty like steady all year long. And when we get it, it's to the downside, which sucks. But that just usually means that the next thing up is to the upside. Get violent to the upside. Bro, so like, Dbloc, have you checked the FedWatch tool? I haven't checked it. I'm gonna check here, but
27%, I think we were at last time I
I'm
checked.
telling you, bro, they're sleeping on the unemployment rate. I've listened to Powell so much, and the unemployment rate is one of the things that he focuses on the most, and it's ticked higher every month since August, right? So this is now like the fourth consecutive uptick, even though they're small upticks.
I know, but the NFP was so underwhelming. Like the NFP is what
Yeah, but
made
those
people,
things
is
are
what convinced people that.
those things are fake, though, bro. Those are like usually they're always
I
revised.
get
The
what you're
unemployment rate is
saying.
never that's never revised.
I get
So
what you're
I'm almost
saying, but it's what
99%
people
sure
make
that
their decisions off of.
right, but
Whether
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
fake or not, those numbers
That's the dope.
cause
That's the
people to
rope dope though.
de-risk. Yeah.
That's the rope dope though. He's gonna come out and he's gonna focus in on the unemployment number, and they're gonna cut it.
With it, man. God willing.
I think there's just so much. Where is all this like negativity or like bearishness coming from when we have so much bullish news and stuff coming out? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know.
Red candles.
Yeah, of course, but like, why is there red candles? Like, it's so weird. It's so weird.
Well, like I said, we got to the top of the market by time. So you have those people that are gonna sell off. You also Here, this is the easiest chart to understand why. If you want a short answer. Now, remember that this happened at the same time that the 4-year cycle's ending, so you got everybody that's going to play right off of the time. But this is why the liquidity that is available, that is in the market, that we clearly see on M2 pushing up, didn't come to us. Government shutdown. Literally a week after government shutdown, we tapped. And ever since then, every Monday, US session is sold off. Not the party. It basically came in at the party at the top and turned the lights on and said, everybody go home. Now it's reopened, right? The hopes were if we get a reopening quickly, this entire time we were in here, we're like, when it reopens, liquidity will start flowing again. When it reopens, liquidity will start flowing again. Nope. Yen carry trade fear, no rate cut fear, NVIDIA lying to shareholders fear, freaking Mount Gox selling fear, like just the amount of FUD that there's been in the last 2 weeks. But I feel you. If we want to stack up bullish and bearish catalysts, there's way more bullish catalysts. But the majority of those bullish catalysts revolve around liquidity, right? And if M2, give me a second. How does it keep doing that? So what didn't help that situation for us is that while the government was shutting down, and I want to show you how crazy this is, because this is M2 on a 100-day offset, right? So this is the past. This is what M2 looks like right now, right? Basically going sideways. This is the past. We didn't know the government was going to shut down at this time, right? All we knew is that on this move on M2, we had to de-risk here because we were going into the largest liquidity drain that we see in this whole thing on M2. As time passed, the government shut down. Anybody still think it was stupid to follow M2, even with the correlation that we have here? Where the liquidity drain that we have perfectly matches what happened during the shutdown.
But we weren't getting the M2 money even before the shutdown either. It was mostly not even flowing to crypto, like since like August.
We had made this entire move up on M2. Ever since these, let's go back here. Let me show you this duplicate. And then let's take this off. And let's go back to our chart. Because we've been following M2 this entire time. Trying to get it to scale so that, yeah, right. Oh, let me just do this. So M2 gave us that top that would fail, gave us our go zone down in the 70s, right? And then it took off early, right? Pay attention to how the price action matches, right? But it's offset. This is when we had that pause on tariffs. 90-day pause, whatever it was. But then we caught back up to M2 here. Right? The problem is, as we went into that liquidity drain, right, which we just saw here, yeah, right, that liquidity drain, which we just saw here, that matched up with the government shutting down. As we went into that, it completely screwed us. Didn't stop at the liquidity drain. Bitcoin is the most sensitive to liquidity. The risk asset that's the most sensitive to liquidity, which means when we get it, it pops. But when it's pulled out of the system, we get screwed. So now we have a diversion on M2. This is the first significant diversion on it. And if we go back to this chart, why is this here? Let me take this off. I always said Bitcoin all-time high, ETH all-time high. If you don't get an ETH all-time high here, then this move up is speculative. And I'm going with a small amount of coins because the chances of alts running without ETH hitting an all-time high are very low. So the plan was to see if ETH would eventually hit an all-time high on this uptick on liquidity and then get into alts, which is why I've been warning about alts, so hard. But we didn't get that. But yeah, I don't want to hear anybody say that M2 this, M2 that, because me personally, speaking for myself, made me plenty and saved me, more importantly, plenty of money in the past year. Sure. So now the question is crypto truly broken to the point, or is the sentiment bad enough to the point where, give me 1 second. Is the sentiment bad to the point where this continued liquidity, right? Because right now we are at third. 22nd. Here. Where this continued liquidity is not going to come into Bitcoin. Right? If we want to talk about where we're divergent, do this. Oh, wrong one. My bad. I'm going rabbit hole here, but important. So if we want to line this up, this not gonna let me. So liquidity came in right on our DCA, and we had our pop up, which is basically our lower high right here. And this downturn on liquidity, right? We also downtrended. But this is where we're divergent, right? Right at this point on the 19th, liquidity started to flow and we continued to bleed. Right? This candle was our we're not getting a Fed cut candle. Minutes came out, remember? And this candle was Japanese is gonna raise rates candle. Those are the two big FUD stories that, in my opinion, caused this sort of reaction. The reason that for me is important to find out exactly when the macro tells us that the bear market started, again, isn't because I'm waiting to take profits there. It's because I need to know when to start treating this liquidity increase different, right? And for me, it's going to come down to sizing. Right now, my sizing is pretty heavy, right? As that candle closes, I'll still be playing this liquidity up, but I'll be playing it with smaller sizing, more defensive, just in case. Anybody have any questions about M2 before I change it?
Gee, what do you think about this stopping area? Got a little stopping volume, a little retest of the 50 on the minute. Things seem to have slowed down a little bit. They're trying to. It was getting a little aggressive the last bit.
No, that tape was disgusting when I first got on. Like that shit was all yellow, and there was literally no green ones. They were all red. Like usually they're sprinkled and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Probably make one more low on New York Open. That might be it.
We need two things to happen, in my opinion, to help sentiment, and it's more for legacy than us, really. We need people's expectations of a cut to start rising quickly. Something has to happen. There has to be some sort of news catalyst that leads people to think we're going to get a cut. And two, the Bank of Japan needs to calm people's nerves that they're going to raise rates. They need to come out publicly and say that they're not going to raise rates, which between us, the Bank of Japan is listening. Close your ears for a second. Between us, they need to raise rates in a hurry. They needed to raise rates yesterday. But without those two things, bearish sentiment takes over. There's just because then you're gonna scare the institutional money, and at that point we're screwed, right? Because that's all we got. Institutions need to feel, legacy needs to feel like the party's not over. They weren't doing it right, Guav, because we paid attention to the M2 chart the entire time, and that's what told us to get out on the 9th. And that's what told us to get out. You know where they got into problems? I'll tell you where people got into problems with M2. It was working so well that they tried to get creative and start going down on the 4 hour and the 1 hour and the 12 hour and And it's like you can't. That's not how it works, right? You can't act deterministically. This wasn't the only reason we got out. We got out because we had just got a new all-time high, and it didn't hold the all-time high. But the confluence of letting us know that the underlying liquidity in the market was also going to be retracting, right, is what does it. But trust me, I had plenty of arguments on Twitter with people that were trying to micro the M2, and it's like, guys, it's not telling you the future. It's just letting you know if liquidity is available or not. The reason that it benefits Bitcoin so well is because Bitcoin is the most sensitive to liquidity when the liquidity is allowed to actually reach it, you know? But I mean, shit, we were looking for my initial idea of what was going to happen was way more bearish than this as far as what M2 was going to do, right? I fully expected M2 to sort of put in a lower high again after this and roll over. But this was with no rate cuts in September or October, and we got both of them. But I should probably change this to no rate cut in December because that's exactly what's going to happen. We don't get one. Damn it. He had such a good chance there. What's really worrying me is that the Bulls aren't taking advantage of good setups. Like, even really good setups aren't playing. That's how you know this shit is so bearish. Kyle's out in May. Gets replaced in May.
Yo, dominance is rising.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Better hope Bitcoin goes up while dominance is going up.
Yes, I think they're just trying to create a floor for Bitcoin here with dominance going up. I hope.
I mean, after watching the ETF outflows, to my understanding, there's going to be another leg down towards 78-ish might be, because if we lose 78, we're going to go lower. But I think so we're going to go a little lower than 80. So after that, we might see a relief rally toward the upside, hopefully, because this range, the price where we are right now, this range was never retested, so we retested this range already. So I think so we're gonna get a little bit lower to test this wick, maybe 78, 79, 76, 77, somewhere around there, and then we're gonna see a relief rally.
76 is the bottom of the red path. And then Zeus's brown path is after that. We don't want to go on the brown path.
Yeah.
Everything goes to shit. 800 EMA on the daily. This is our first test of the 800 EMA since we broke it. This is also where we got a dead cat bounce during the top of the last bear market. Where is it? There it is. So we had already, just to give you an example of how drastic it is that we haven't had a dead cat bounce yet. We had already had 2 dead cat bounces by now. But when we hit that 800 EMA, we got a third one. What was this? 40%. Where it finally rolled over. But we managed to close that in, I mean, look at the difference there, right? Stair stepped, so 30% rally here, 40% rally there, versus
It's almost like they know that we know what's going on. They don't even want to give a chance.
let's count our weeks. I had 4 red weeks here, but that's after we had already snapped.
Well, market maker sure is setting a lot of longs on the way down.
And that them cats might be as desperate as everybody else is right now.
He's gonna have a hard time filling them. Or is he?
Either that or they fill on the way up, you know, on the way up from the depths. If you guys want to know where it'll bottom, because everybody's fast forwarding to the bottom. The bottoms are pretty simple. Ichimoku. Dbloc's 4-year cycle in the 2-week chart. When we start to trigger DCAs, right? It's based off timing. When we start to trigger our first DCAs, we switch to the 2-week chart. Hard part's not going to be getting in at the bottom of Bitcoin. The hard part is going to be having money left to do that. That is the important thing that you're supposed to be protecting right now more than anything. So when the baseline breaks on the 2-week, when we close underneath the baseline on the 2-week, that's the official start of the bear market on the macro for macro traders, right? That's what lets them know that this is not just a correction, this is a bear market. When that red baseline comes out of the green cloud, right, as it closes outside of the green cloud, that's your bottom. Right? That's either your very pico bottom or very, very close. Right? Then price moves up, breaks down underneath, bear market. When that baseline breaks out of the cloud, bottom. This is the only time that we've broken and not collapsed. So when and if this closes under in the next 2 days, closes under the baseline, this will be one of the things that we're looking for, right? To let you know macro guys are on board with the bear market at that point. They are going to point at this and they're going to say, look, we did this before and then we put in a small all-time high and then we went into the bear market. They're not wrong, but it's only happened once, right? But they're not wrong. But again, broke, closed under, bear market. When the baseline came out of the cloud, bottom of the bear market. So let's not worry about that too much right now, and let's worry more about making sure that we pull as much money out of this top as we can. And when we get to the bottom, you're going to look back and this will still look like a top, in my opinion, because I think we're going down probably below 50 at the bottom of this bear market. Look, my calls for 60 to 70K for the bottom of the bear market were based off $150 high. I mean, 150K top. If 126 was our top and we have a 70% retracement, that's $37,000. You get what I'm saying? If we had gotten up to that 150, if we made it up here to our, damn, 50 Cent is going to be lonely, huh? I haven't given up on you yet, 50. We might come get you, but I can't make no promises. So if we had gotten up to 50, that low would be 45. Which to me still seemed pretty low, right? If we had got up to 200, that low would have been 58. So these calls for like 60 or 70 as a bear market low, I think people are underestimating how bad this is going to get when it rips, like when it actually rips out, right? After that dead cat bounce, when it, because if the top of this was so violent, I don't expect it to slow down any once it's official. But until then, like I said, the focus is to have as much dry powder as you possibly can so you can take advantage of those. Right? I'm going to show you one more thing before we go, and you're going to get tired of seeing this shit during the bear market. But I'm going to show it to you right now. I pulled this up earlier.
Yeah, with the one guy on the top on the left.
This is all the people in the world. Right? Each one of these dots is 8 million people. There's only 21 million Bitcoin. Right? This guy right here, this top guy, this is what represents how many people have a whole coin and how many people have one coin or multiple. Right? The dark orange are people that have multiple coins. Your Michael Saylors, your Black Rocks, your That peach right there, if you have one Bitcoin, if you own one Bitcoin, if you manage to get one Bitcoin, this is how far ahead you are of the entire planet. And then anybody that has partial Bitcoin is in this white. So our goal for this bear market is to move yourself up one level. If you're partial, you want a whole. If you're whole, you want multiple. And then once you have that locked in, just sit back and relax knowing that everybody else has a lot of catching up to do.
Morning, D.
What's going on,
Appreciate you
brother?
explaining that. Not much, man. Yeah, I still had in mind that maybe like 60, 70 would be the lows because of, you know, how much money's been pumped into it this year. But thanks for running that over. That makes sense.
I mean, when I'm really gonna start to pay attention is when the new guy comes in. When the new guy comes in May, and by the way, we're talking in advance. I started this by saying that the next couple weeks and months here are going to be important for us to pull as much as we can out of this market. Right, so I'm not saying that SID is not going up anymore. Dbloc's officially saying that we're all screwed. That's not what I'm saying. Right, I'm still long. Cautiously. Right, barely bullish. What I'm saying is once we are officially in this bear market and we're half a year in and we're planning for the next phase, then we're going to really have to start focusing on what's important, which is making sure, look, once you're in that top one, like once you're inside that first little character, whether you have one or multiple, whatever, and you want to go play with alts and knock yourself out, as long as you don't risk that, you'll be fine. Not financial advice, right? You can lose everything on alts. You can lose everything on Bitcoin. It's all a scam, whatever. YouTube. Just call me out, YouTube. Apparently, they're getting pretty aggressive with crypto channels on YouTube right now.
Yeah, that little chart was mind blowing. You know, how many traders we have and who actually holds Bitcoin and stuff. So it actually motivated me.
Bro,
Big time goals.
out of all of those white little dudes, is like maybe the top row is traders. Maybe half of the top row. People that
And that little
even
page,
hold any crypto at all.
the single coin holder though, that attracted my attention.
Yeah, man. Everybody thinks that like, oh, if I can't have one Bitcoin, it's not worth buying it. And it's like, bro, do you know how few people in the world own one Bitcoin? And listen, and they're already doing it, but when every millionaire and every billionaire decides that they need their share, it's going to be increasingly harder to get into that first category. Right? In my opinion, this next bear market is going to be the best chance anybody has to pick up an entire Bitcoin. The best chance before that was 15K. The best chance before that was 3K during COVID. And then it starts to hurt your feelings when you hear those prices. It costs you 3K to be in the top 1% of people in Bitcoin holders as Bitcoin holder during COVID. It costs you 2 stimulus checks. Well, you would have got the stimulus checks after, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, to be honest, 60, 70K lows was making me a little bit butthurt, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? At least I'm in the game now.
You're here now, bro. The people that'll be here in 3 years saying, "Damn, well, you could have got Bitcoin underneath 6 figures."
For the record, I'm still bullish too. I think if we do end up building any kind of support from here till Sunday, this will be the last initial buy-in I do on the off chance, you know, we do have a really juicy dead cat bounce and just make some profits back.
The good thing is if you're not underwater, and by the way, I say this every time we go down. I hope nobody's feeling FOMO by anything I'm saying. It's not. This is not intended to create FOMO. It's intended to make you feel better if you didn't do well during this bull run and you think that you've completely screwed up. To let you know how far ahead of everybody you are just because you are even here in the first place. But no, I don't want anybody to feel any sort of FOMO right now. But if you did de-risk and you're playing this from the bottom, it's inherently less risky, right? It's like, okay, you want to catch these bottoms. You think one of them might be the bottom. Cool. You catch it. You know where your stop loss should be, right? A couple of ATRs underneath your entry. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you caught it. And you just actively trade it, right? That's what I mean by like, this is going to be a hardcore trading market.
Sorry, I joined late. So is this the bottom? Or are we still going lower?
I don't know, man. My measured move, my target 2 is at
You don't
81.
know how deep the ocean is.
My measured move is at 81. But until people start to buy, there's a plan here. We're just not in on the plan. I hope everybody realizes that. Because this amount of people don't.
Yo, on the legacy side today, it's the largest options expiry in the history.
My liquidity at.
There's nothing underneath
4
us.
hour.
We're gonna start getting. I'm telling you, dude. We're gonna start getting rate cut odds are gonna start increasing here somehow. You know, they say usually like the best option because there's not gonna be any data for him to go off of either. Because as soon as the data came out today, the White House announced that. Oh, it wasn't the White House. I think it was the BLS. They announced that they're not gonna get a report next month, so they're gonna be flying blind.
Yeah.
And usually, if you fly blind, I feel like the best option is to just cut if you have no choice. I mean,
So,
that might be what Trump's trying to do is force his hand.
so all of these orders here, right? All this yellow that you see here was filled on the way down. Right? These are people who are filling positions. Now, the question is, how far do they want to send it? Right? It's irrational right now. But the market can stay irrational for longer than you can stay solvent. So our job is to make sure that you don't run out of bread or that you don't do anything stupid and, jeopardize your positions before we finally see what the game plan is here. Because there's a plan here. This type of money doesn't fill up to just lose money and go underwater. And this isn't just retail trying to buy dips. But you got to protect yourself. Yeah, but they don't get margin called until somewhere around 30. Listen, I'm with you. My MSTR short is cooking. I want the floor to fall out underneath this thing. I got scared for a minute that we might stop support. Like we're waiting for that relief rally on Bitcoin, right? So my logic was, well, if we get the relief rally on Bitcoin, then I'll cut the short. If we don't get the relief rally, then the short will cover. But I've been here since we broke structure. 90 to 96-ish. What time is it? Do I even want to check? Damn. Yeah, position sizing is everything, bro. Michael Saylor could definitely cover for a year-long bull market. The danger for Michael Saylor comes in if we ever have an extended bull, a year-long bear market. The danger for him comes in if we ever have an extended bear market. If we ever have a bear market that lasts more than 2 years, he's gonna have some issues. Because the collateralized Bitcoin, he gets a 1% VIG on a 5-year float. I mean, after a drop like this sample, maybe. But in the beginning, no. In the beginning, it's mostly, and I mean, it's a good thing. It is a good thing to see that that level of retail was paying attention to the 4-year cycle. But no. Because nothing else, right? One of the main things that was triggering the top was that we were up by timing. I don't know. Honestly, I don't expect Market Maker to be too successful with a weekend trap this week. And the last thing we need is to consolidate. We either pop or we don't.
You still hoping for a moonshot?
I mean, the possibility's there, but hope wouldn't be the word that I use. I'm still open to the idea of it, but I would be as surprised as anybody else. It's there. The road is paved, but we don't have any damn buyers.
Yeah, I wrote it off, even though I'm long.
It's like literally all you would need are buyers to get you above the 50 right here. If you could get into these liquidations, they would take care of themselves. The amount of people that are staring at a chart waiting for a reversal right now, they're not going to need much convincing. You know what I mean? 2 4-hour candles and but too close for my comfort. I mean, on this
You wanted
move here, we had made it 33% of the way up. What we needed. 2 more days like that, we would have been able to get there. But they hit us really hard with FUD. Really, really hard.
you wanted excitement.
Yeah, right. But yeah, this day right here was. We just read the minutes. Powell said he's not cutting, even though we all saw it live weeks ago. We're going to react to it again. And this was our Japan yen fears. Very cool. Those get wrecked.
What's the shorts versus longs ratio?
But pretty uneven, I'm sure. Doge Viking with the late night 10 gifties. W Viking. Uh, 47% short, 52% long.
I assumed it'd be the other way.
Oh, did I say no? I'm half asleep, bro. 47% long, 52% short.
Because I would assume a lot of people just gave up and went short, said, we're in a bear market now, just short, short, short.
Would be one impressive ass move, Sing. That's for sure.
Dbloc, do you know if the Japanese carry trade, a lot of people have borrowed yen or to buy Bitcoin? Is it more stocks?
Everything, Bitcoin, stocks, Nvidia has got tons of yen in it. Bitcoin too. There's a Bitcoin trade that we used to run a lot called the kimchi trade, where it was exactly that. Just taking advantage of the volatile nature of it. That's how Sam Bateman-Fried made all his money before he started FTX. Been one of my biggest fears for a while, man. I've been saying that shit for a while. The only thing that keeps me up at night is the Bank of Japan. I don't even know what the running number is right now. Last time we went through the carry trade, it was $13 trillion to unwind.
What about BNB?
Holding up a little better than everything else.
Remember that one idea you were talking about like a month ago?
Yeah, it's still too early. We'd be able to see that on the BNB
How did that go again?
BTC chart. It's
Refresh my
just
memory.
it's just a completely speculative, but these are the 4-year cycles on Bitcoin. I mean on BNB BTC. And this is Bitcoin.
Oh, okay. It was a Bitcoin pair trade. All right, now I remember.
So what happened during the last bear market, although CZ was a little more free to pull shenanigans, was strangely enough, as Bitcoin went down, BNB USD went down too, right? But BNB Bitcoin went up, and it didn't top out until Bitcoin bottomed. So the very best trade of the last bear market, if you were a spot holder, right, was to sell your Bitcoin at the top of the market and buy BNB. Right. So your Bitcoin sat in BNB and gained Bitcoin value.
As of now, is there any sign of that?
No, not yet. I mean, we're looking at, you know, what that would look like is it would look something like that. Right? You're looking for is for BNB not to come down. And the difference is let's say you sold let's say you bought your BNB right there, or you bought your Bitcoin right there at the top of the market, right? Let's say you bought 50, like you had 50 Bitcoin, right? Because it was at 50, 52, 51. What BNB to Bitcoin, right? So as it popped up and you sold, you would have doubled up, both on price of Bitcoin going down and on holding your Bitcoin value. It basically gave you an extended bull market for Bitcoin. Now, most of us didn't realize this was happening at the time, right? And then after not seeing that happen ever, you look at it and you just think, okay, well, gotta turn around eventually, right? Like, but so that's why I'm keeping an eye on it now. If I see any signs that that's happening, before I sell off my Bitcoin, obviously, because it doesn't make sense unless you're gonna buy it with Bitcoin.
Yo, Arkham just posted BlackRock just deposited another chunk of Bitcoin in ETH like a minute ago.
Out or in? Out, right?
Deposit in Coinbase Prime to Coinbase Prime.
Oh, okay.
No, I think Bloomberg was saying that the average entry for the BlackRock ETF for retail is around 89, and for most everybody else is around 80K.
Okay, so if they're telling their investors that this is a seasonal asset, then what?
Like the sell-offs that we've seen already.
Because they were doing all them 300s for the past month.
Mm-hmm. Pretty sure that had a lot to do with all the assets in their advisory being told, well, you know, we're up by time.
But why would they want to sell down here? You would think that maybe they want to pump it up and then do it again.
They did pump it. They pumped it to 126. But yeah, I feel what you're saying.
No, I'm saying from here right now. If they're putting more Bitcoins on Coinbase that they're about to try to get off for 300, whatever. I mean, not that they do it there. I don't know where the hell they do it, but I'm gonna say they at least want to bring it up. They don't want to start doing it here, do they? Or could they be that aggressive that they're just trying to say, screw a bear market, we'll just do it all in 1 week?
Possible.
Oh boy.
Nah, I'm sensing the biggest reversal right now, guys. Should have bought a nice penthouse in, I don't know, Dubai or something with that 13 Bitcoin I lost today.
Hey, you
Got
lost
that.
13 today?
Yeah, 13.5, bro.
Damn, bro. That's worse than me. I lost 3.8 when I started.
Total
No,
on
it's
the
not my first
daily
trade.
looks like Bitcoin. It's on its 800.
Yeah, total came down 35% as well from the top, all the way 4.2 trillion to 2.8 trillion. That's a big dip.
Yeah, coming down underneath
We've seen
3
it before, though.
trillion. Coming down underneath 3 trillion is a pretty big.
Yo, Dbloc, can you check what the drop was in 21 before the big rally up again?
50%.
50?
Mm-hmm. 54. Last two drops in this cycle have been 38%, 37.7, 38.1 on total.
What are we at now?
Currently
35 point something.
35.4.
Yeah, 35 and a half almost.
It could be a little tiny more. You're gonna front run it.
Well, I'm expecting a pretty crazy weekend regardless, and a pretty crazy open today. Like these 3 days are going to be pretty crazy in my opinion. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. I mean, all it takes is one tweet from Trump being like, I don't even know, something crazy, and we go up 10K. You know, like.
I don't even remember
United
what
States
chart
buys
this is we're
Bitcoin
looking at.
for its
Oh,
reserve.
yo, this was bottom of the bear market total chart. Whoever told me to pull this up, thanks. I haven't seen this chart in forever. Not really the
Yeah, I was
time
saying go
to
check out
reminisce
the
on the bottom of the
2021.
market. Like, you want to see my failed targets? Came close though. Well, we get to 743. I was looking for 706. Yeah, but the one you were talking about, like I said, was 50%. Damn, we were in this bitch working.
What year?
2023, early 2023.
Yeah, that's right. When I started, I met you in October of 23.
Yeah, this was beginning of the year.
I wasn't even around yet.
Yo, Sui is like free falling. It's just nonstop.
Damn. And how long can Zcash just with not even care? Like, what's the deal?
Zcash is the last hope alt. Anybody who still has any hope in alts whatsoever has got all their dreams and hopes and aspirations hanging on Zcash.
Is there always a alt that's a bigger cat like that holds off?
It's because this shit is so bad. It's because the everything else is so bad that anything at all that looks like it's strong, which is just Zcash, got the attention, and that attention has continued to pump it. You know,
I'm definitely thinking about it. Like, is it at 500? Is it at 500? No, it's not there. Yeah, I had to get a bit up out of there. Man, I thought that coin was going to be bullish. Even before this dump, it was acting funny.
yeah, it's nasty
What's the percentage drop on Sui?
altogether.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm driving. That's why.
It's 20 or 18% right now, down 24 hours.
It could go to like 40 cents again on leverage.
You know what's crazy is like, you know,
It was
off of
down
1010.
75% from the tops.
Yeah, it's down 75% from $5.
That's bear market numbers, bro.
Yes, sir.
Typically, bear market, you would expect that 10-10 wick. So me and Zusi were laughing because we were like, they gave you we got a bear market in one candle.
Yeah, most of the old coins they still has to retest that 10-10 wick.
It's a 90% freaking drop, bro.
Just say it ain't.
Yeah.
Still got plenty more to go down.
You know what's messed up is that after that 1010, how the narrative was like most likely we won't visit these wicks. I think the whole plan was to visit these wicks the entire time. They just needed to unleash Bitcoin and ETH downwards.
Guys, plenty of room to go on old Jasmine.
As in plenty of room to go down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, looking at that wick. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, this thing's 17x during this run. So there was plenty to unwind, but $88 down. That wick was 93%.
That's scary, man.
Yep.
You know, on 1010, you know how like most of these coins had that nasty wick, right? To like those crazy bear market lows. And ETH and Solana and Bitcoin didn't. This is just a slower version of that 1010. Maybe they just couldn't push it down. It's just there was just too much. So they had to unwind it slowly and gradually.
Yeah, I think BlackRock just deposited like 4,000 Bitcoin right now.
What do you guys say they deposited? Does that mean they're looking to sell it?
What?
We assume.
Usually,
No,
yeah. It's like it's outflows from their IBIT.
Yeah. They put it on their Coinbase Prime accounts right now. About 4,000.
Somebody should run to Arkham and look for them 300s.
Let us know how it looks.
Damn, Jasmine short, huh?
Bearish as things are right now, I'd be very careful shorting anything. Sometimes no trade is the best trade.
Oh, sorry, I'm shorting something right now that's up 400%.
I need to try to get some sleep, y'all. I'm gonna need to be awake tomorrow.
I'm with you, my G. I'm not going nowhere. I'll be here while sleeping.
Damn. Seems like just yesterday. This was my alert to buy Bitcoin. I mean, to buy Ethereum. Beginning of the bull market. $875. ETH is kind of spooky, man. If ETH doesn't stop at this vector, we're looking to come down to this. It looks like a rug pull.
That's what I'm saying, dude. People got a lot of money in this, like especially those that got like loans out and stuff. Like when you get like Bitcoin and ETH loans, they're about to get decimated overnight. Like they got to give them time to at least pay it back or there's something.
If that was true, Indy, we wouldn't keep dipping. There's been plenty of buys on the way down, but definitely not the majority. Majority is shook right now. Right up. No, it's gonna be even crazier than that. Is breaking beneath the last bear market top this early, or bull market top this early. One thing Bitcoin's always had is that you never broke your bull market top. Right? This bear market bottom was 80% down to get to the top, to get to the all-time high, right? And then we had here. It's only 53%. And this, excuse me, is the first time that we came down to it, that we broke it. First time in Bitcoin history that the low comes down lower than the last high. And we're almost already there. Like, this is the last all-time high right here. We're almost already there. It's only been 2 weeks. That's crazy. All right. Let me go. Trade safe, y'all. I'm just gonna catch a couple hours. I'm probably not gonna sleep long. Wait for confirmation. Wait for some sort of structure. Right? Everybody wants this shit to retrace, but it's gonna build structure before it does that. Right? And for the bears, if we do have some sort of retrace, if you're in a short, you're in a short. Right? This is not the place to short, in my opinion. If you short right now, like, I mean, go to the bigger time frames. Make it make more sense. You pull a short right now. I mean, you can't responsibly put a stop loss underneath 92, maybe here. Right? And then you're going to target what? 72? So you're going to take a 1 to 6, I mean a 1.6 risk reward trade? Doesn't make any sense. Too risky. Right? Already downtrending. What you want to do is wait for price to come up. Break structure on like the 5-minute. Right? And then your risk reward becomes a lot better. And then you can take your short there, you can put your top there, and you can short down to 72 if you think we're going there. Now you're looking at a 6-to-1 risk reward versus a 1-to-1. Same for longs, wait for structure. Don't get ahead of it. You still have, what time is it? 6 o'clock? Oh god. US has to react to this shit still. So just be careful. Keep Twitter open too, because if we're gonna have some sort of retrace, it's going to have to come with some bullish news. Long side, the same thing, Evo. Same thing. You're gonna need to break structure of some sort, right? Whether it breaks structure here, and then you go long, right? Targeting 92, 5-to-1 risk reward, basically. But if that doesn't break, like I said, you have to wait for structure to build. You can anticipate the building structure by getting in your type 1, type 2 trades, but it's at the break of that structure that you have confirmation. Right? Until that, the trend is your friend, and the trend has been coming up to this downtrend, and you know.
Do you think that 80,000 target is gonna maybe hold, or like?
I don't know. I don't see. I would love to see market makers stepping in here, giving us some stopping volume candles, giving us. I mean, we had that one really nice stopping volume candle, but retail sentiment just bled out. It's gonna be a tricky one. We'll see. I hope shit doesn't recover before I get up, because I'm not making any buys right now. But I could live to regret that. Yeah, there is a liquidity crisis. That's why I'm trying to hold on to as much of my liquidity as I can. Wealth preservation, guys. Until Bitcoin shows us something amazing in the next 2 days and gets above that 50, wealth preservation. Protect your dollars, even if you're upside down. Meaning, just don't get loose with the stops, and don't ignore your profits if you see them. One quick thing. This continues to drop and you just can't take it anymore, and you feel like you have to sell off your coins. Or even if you feel like the dip is over and whatever, remember your watch sales. Okay? If you woke up today 20% down on a coin and you plan on holding it anyways, not financial advice, but if you realize that fiat lost, then at least you can write it off. You can't let any good dip go unexploited. All right, trade safe, y'all. Catch y'all in the morning.
No.
Big buys coming in. Big buys.
Oh man, I just woke up to blood on the streets. Shoot. I thought I put in a safe long last.
That might have been the bottom.
I thought I put in a safe stop loss last night.
It waterfalled it overnight. But we just got a headline. Fed Waller just said he sees near-term interest rates near, or something like that. But yeah, the S&P just got a huge pop off of that, and we're starting to get the same.
I can't buy that green candle, man. I need a retest.
Morning, Crypto Big. You mind repeating that, bro? I kind of messed up songs to these guys.
Fed Waller, who I'm pretty sure is like next in line to replace Powell, or he's the favorite. He just said that he sees near-term interest rates coming down soon, or something like that.
Copy, copy. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it says Fed Williams. It says he's open to near-term cut. Dude, he saw the market, bro. He saw everything crash, and he's like, "Let me give these guys a parachute. Let me slow it down." You know, if the odds for a rate cut start increasing, like on a drop of a dime, because right now it's being priced that there's gonna be no cut. Pretty sure we see like a God candle, and especially if the cut happens. Which in the end, it still doesn't make any sense to me because it's like we're gonna have a brand new Fed. See this cancer tantrum.
I just had to, God, add more dry powder.
I know, dude. I've wasted most of mine on these dips, bro. Just getting stopped out, dip, stopped out. Now I'm like, damn, bro.
I fell asleep in position, man, again. Jesus. Every time I do that. I wasn't expecting to fall asleep.
I was just looking at YouTube chat, and someone just said in Poly Market it went from 22% to 54% for rate cut odds, just off of his comments.
Good, yeah. I think we might get a bounce this morning. That's the only reason why I would took money out of the bank and threw it in crypto. Screw this. I'm getting it back.
You got no money in the bank, dude. It's all in crypto. It's getting waxed. That might have been it though. I'm not gonna lie. Was flirting right at 80,000. I was like, here we go. As soon as it loses 80, I was like, but I don't know.
Yeah, on 1 hour, it's creating a nice stopping volume candle on a 1 hour, which looks nice and juicy.
Nice and juicy. Are we
Real thick and juicy. Now find that juicy double.
Gotta get that juice. Are we in the bull market now? Did we
Yes,
flip?
the bull market's back. That's it.
It's back,
Made of
man.
some juice.
We
Wheezing
are
the juice.
we are
Ow,
so back.
buddy. Wheezing the juice.
Look at that. Look at that green candle.
Oh my god, we got one green candle in the last 12 hours. This don't even faze me anymore. Did
Yeah,
Bitcoin did
we
Bitcoin
haven't.
go under 80K?
No, it almost went under 8K. But sometimes it just takes that one candle, dude. Change it
Not
all.
after 3 cycles. You gotta be used to this by now, you know?
Bitcoin got down to on Bybit on Perps. It got down to 80,607.
On Binance was 80,600 flat.
Look, there's nothing left for it to go down to. There's nothing. You got those 4 or 5 blue little lines. We got those vector gaps all the way up there. You got that vector gap all the way to 95.5. Oh man, we're gonna rip up this morning.
Once they drop the XRP lawsuit, then we're really going to take
Are
off.
you still what XRP
Oh
lawsuit? That's
wait.
still going on?
Oh wait. All right, never mind. That wrong cycle. Sorry.
10 years later, Jesus, that's the most
I
dragged down
just thought
lawsuit I ever.
I just thought I'd bring us back into the days of those times where it was like, man, we're waiting for the, and then you'd have like a rocket ship. Yeah, it's not. Wrong cycle. Nah, we have nothing to look forward to now.
The pump from XRP when it went to those all-time highs, was that from the lawsuit? It wasn't, was it?
The first phase of it was, and then the administration and Trump and whatever, and then that was like the second phase of it, and just all of it combined. But man, we really need we just need if we're in extreme fear right now at where we're at with an $83,000 Bitcoin, I don't even know, because it took a while the last time, and we were at like a $20,000 Bitcoin. You know what I mean?
A lot of these people, like I'm hearing people online talk about how they never seen Bitcoin under 3,000. I'm like, are you serious? What the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot of new people, man, that are just like,
Yeah.
It's crazy. I got to order
What it
McDonald's
is.
breakfast per usual, and I got an hour and a half drive, so I will be on BSing with you guys. Just give me a minute here at the drive-through, okay? I'll be
Take your
right back.
time, buddy.
Sausage, egg, and cheese croissant or on a biscuit.
Steak, egg, and cheese bagel for the win, fam.
Oh, www.
UK session dropped it. Now UK session pumps it alongside the US session.
Everybody's gonna pump. We're having a Black Friday. Today's Black Friday in crypto. Even trading view went on sale.
If McDonald's accepts Dogecoin, I will eat a Happy Meal on live TV. I'll do it. I'll
You're
stream it.
gonna send us all a Happy Meal. I want the toy.
Toys for the boys.
Toys for the boys. That reminds me of a joke, but I can't say it because of YouTube.
This is probably the fake pump, and then we'll rocket ship down to like 74,000, and then everybody will be really crying, and then out of nowhere there'll be one piece of news come out, and we'll go crazy.
Yeah, that's possible because that vector candle is bothering me right now. It's gonna come back for that. And I'm not getting into any position until we are above 50 EMA.
Hey, you can buy crypto on PayPal now, huh? I've been selling a lot of sneakers, and when you cash out, it cashes out to your PayPal account. And look at that, how convenient. Crypto's right there now.
Yeah, I'm watching Bloomberg, and they said you would like Williams. You wouldn't expect him to vote differently than Powell. So if he's like leaning towards cut for December, he's just giving the market like a heads up to go. We're gonna cut.
Doesn't this happen every year? That's why we're always expecting a Christmas rally. Dumps every December.
That is a bullish candle on Bitcoin, though. Not gonna lie.
Everything, God, yeah, all these altcoins are down double digits.
Yeah, we haven't seen that bullish candle in a while, bro. It's been a while. We've seen that big
It's been like
green candle.
12 days. It's been 11 days of lower lows, lower lows, lower lows.
Nothing. Bull
I
market
haven't seen
cancel.
that. I haven't seen that kind of a candle in 6 weeks.
If you're bearish, now's the time to take another shorty short.
ICP. Why did ICP pump for anyways the other day? I don't know where that thing just ripped. What? Ripped like 300% out of nowhere? 400? What was that?
Yo, Williams is bullish. William just said markets seem to be very bullish on AI, anticipating a period of strong growth.
That means all in on Tau and virtuals. I don't drink and I woke up feel hungover. Is that crypto? Second. Sorry about that. We have running water. Please. You guys notice that the sales on for Trading View pretty cheap. Now's the time to get it. But, come on. Why did I just see? Oh, I just had something pop up for Black Friday Trading View. Can't find it.
Oh wow. The rate cut odds are now up to 70%.
Don't like about this bounce. We didn't get a stop in volume candle on Bitcoin.
It went from 27 to 70% in like an hour.
From what?
So it was 27% that we would get a cut. Now it's sitting at
Oh, okay.
70.
Oh, the right. Oh, yeah. Okay. But change things to news.
You said now it's at 70?
Yeah, just when it's at 70 now.
Crazy,
Yo,
bro.
you want when I was telling Dbloc, I was like, yo, one of the Fed members is gonna say, yo, we're gonna cut. I thought it might be Powell, but I guess he just sent Williams to do it.
Listen, man, since this whole thing started going down like this, you know what I mean? Just everything just seems so weird, bro. I mean, I don't want to sound too bullish, but the way I looked at it was they were trying to break the unbreakable, you know? Same thing like when we have all-time highs. You know, we get like the euphoria, oh, we're going up, and then we end up eating cockadoodle. So hopefully this is the vice versa of that. But if we still stick to D-Bloc's plan where we got to hit 100K by CME close on Sunday, you know, we're still a far way to go for sure. But it's not impossible though.
Yo.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning.
Yep. AK Bible? Question mark.
Good morning, everyone, and
What up, Zeusy?
welcome to Black Friday sale. Bitcoin is at a 36% discount.
There's a lot of things on discount.
I don't know. Bitcoin's 4,000 up on the day. We missed it. We missed the dip.
I caught it. I never sleep.
Oh, sorry. Had a call. What did I miss? Big, how are you?
Good, good. I just got some bullish comments from one of the feds. Rate cut odds went from 27% to 70% in an hour.
Yeah, well, for me, we did a huge week down, and then we did a low, and I guess that explains why people are pressing buy. But let's see if we can achieve better than a lower high. Markets are gonna gap up. Wait, nothing special happened over there. Oh no, it's Black Friday. Crypto's cheap. Everything is cheap today. I mean, unless you cheat with price and make the base price higher and then say it's 30% off. Some deals are a bit scammy on Black Friday. So you think this is it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was pretty scary. I was watching that drop. It was just nonstop bleed, just water falling.
Yeah.
And then we got that news right when we needed it. So I was like,
I don't remember seeing Bitcoin pump 30% in a single day. But let's do it. If people explain Bitcoin's drop by saying it's because the Fed isn't gonna cut, now if the Fed says they're gonna cut, well, in all logic, you should pump straight back up to where this started